House will remain in recess until 1:45. The House will remain in recess until 1:45.
All members, will all members please come to the floor? All members.
What one are you going with first, boss?
All members, please come to the floor. Mr. Clerk, will you ring the bell, please? All members, please come to the floor and take your seats. All members. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 325.
House Bill 325 by Representative Martinez is the 111th and others, being titled an act to amend Article 4, Chapter 13 to Title 19 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia and intended relating to protective order registry so as to revise certain definitions. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Martinez is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise here today to present House Bill 325, Military Protective Order Registry. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank a couple of folks that helped me with this bill, and they're on my right. Deputy Adjutant General Joe Ferrero and Georgia National Guard State Judge Colonel Brian Bischoff, who drafted the bill. Thank you so much for your service, sir. Thank you. Also with the Chief of Military Justice, Lieutenant Colonel Edward Piesta. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, this HB 25 provides the Georgia National Guard and its military judge a mechanism to issue military protective orders to prevent, deter, and punish service member on service member stalking and protect the good order and discipline within the organization. Military protective orders issued by commanders in the Georgia National Guard do not sufficiently protect service members victimized by stalking because Georgia law does not provide adequate mechanisms to enforce MPOs. While any commander may issue MPOs to a subordinate, MPOs have significant limitations under existing authority. The currently MPOs only apply when National Guard personnel are in military status, leaving gaps when personnel are not in military status. Approximately 85% of our service members serve in traditional status. That leaves 28 days each month where MPOs are unenforceable for most service members. Additionally, MPOs are typically only enforced on military installations, yet most National Guard personnel reside off installations because the limited enforceability of MPOs increase risk of victims. So HB 325 seeks to improve enforcement mechanisms to mitigate the risk. The purpose of HB 325 is to include a mechanism under Georgia Code of Military Justice for our state military's judge to consider verified petitions for protective orders and issue enforceable protective orders to protect stalking victims 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The bill extends authority to the National Guard and our state's military judge to prevent, deter, and punish stalking with similar mechanisms available in our superior courts. The proposed statute only applies to service member on service member allegations. This bill does not apply to civilian on service members or service members on civilian allegations. The proposed legislation addresses service member on service member stalking to protect the good order, discipline, and morale with the Georgia National Guard. MPOs will be enforceable through our military judge and our courts martial. This bill gives the military judge contempt powers to compel obedience to MPOs in the same manner and subject to the same limitations as authorized in Georgia civilian courts. Provisions include up to 30 days in confinement and a fine of $1,000. Under HB 325, MPOs will be lawful military orders, also subjecting violators to change and punishments under the Georgia Code of Military Justice for failing to obey MPO. Also, this bill is being supported also by the Bureau of Investigations and its Georgia Crime Information Center, known as GCIC. Mr. Speaker, I now yield the well if there's no questions.
You have a couple of questions, and we do have a speaker on this bill that would be speaking in favor. Representative Saines to your left is recognized for a question.
El caballero cede para una pregunta.
Sí, señor.
Is this not your first bill?
This is my first bill. Yes, sir.
And is this bill not a good reflection on the gentleman's character in ensuring that victims, and regardless of their occupation or capacity, have the proper way to adjudicate their needs?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentleman yield to
Yes,
Chairman
Speaker.
Bonner to your right. Has a question to your right. Chairman
Yes,
Bonner.
Speaker. Go ahead.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do, sir.
Is it not true that this simply provides a level of protection for our service members that does not currently exist today?
Absolutely, Chairman.
We
does.
further yield?
Yes, Chairman.
Is it not true that this bill will allow a protective order to exist for a service member no matter where they are in the state of Georgia, and it will exist regardless of their status, whether they're attending a drill or whether they're not attending a drill? Is that not correct?
Absolutely, Chairman. You are correct.
Great. Thank you. Great bill.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield the well. Thank you, and I would consider your favorable consideration for the bill. Thank you.
The gentleman acts like a veteran in the well. They're yielding the well. I just can't believe that's your first bill. Gentleman has yielded the well. Chair Ballinger is recognized to speak to the bill. Chair Lady Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't belabor the point, but as somebody who had a hand in the Temporary Protective Order Registry and who has fought for domestic violence victims for many, many years here down under the Gold Dome, as well as out in the real world at a domestic violence shelter, I heartily support this amendment. This will help enforce and allow for greater accountability for our service members. I really want you to support this bill. It actually, my daughter, whom y'all may remember, we had to pass a bill so that she could become a JAG officer, actually worked on this last weekend. So here's to Lieutenant Keene, soon to be Captain Keene, the JAG officer that helped bring this to fruition. But anyway, I heartily support this bill and hope that you'll give it your favorable consideration. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Ladies yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? He must have not yielded soon enough, evidently. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Hong rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State
Speaker.
inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that nothing in this bill will prevent a military personnel from going outside of military corps and still going to regular corps to take out a temporary protection order?
I know the lady knows what she speaks. I think that is very clear. Thank you for enforcing that. For what purpose does Representative Hefner rise?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry, sir.
State your inquiry, ma'am.
Sir, is it not true that when I was stationed on my tour of duty in Korea, I was a victim of a soldier-on-soldier assault? And if, in fact, a measure like this had been in place, I would not have had to worry about a gaining duty station, whether or not that person was in my immediate proximity or not.
I'm sorry the lady had to endure that. I wish something like this had been in place. That's why we're getting it done here, so thank you for your help.
Thank you for this bill.
For what purpose does Representative Thomas rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that this is the first bill for my friend behind me, and it's one of the few ones I've heard that had more words on the speech than words on the page of the bill?
We'll see if he does better next time. I'm sure the gentleman's correct. Have all members now voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 325, the yeas are 168, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Congratulations. Thanks to the Georgia National Guard as well. We appreciate y'all's input in helping with this bill. Make sure we get it right. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 348?
House Bill 348 by Representative Williamson in the 112th, be entitled an act to amend chapters 14 and 41 of Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to domestic stock and mutual insurers and captive insurance companies. This bill having referred to the Committee on Insurance, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
The gentleman from Walton County, Representative Bruce Williamson, is recognized to present the bill. Chairman Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring for the House's consideration tonight, this evening, House Bill 348. It's a bipartisan measure requested by the Georgia Insurance Commissioner's Office, which modernizes captive insurance regulations. Captive insurance companies are insurance companies that businesses start to self-insure their own business risks. There's no outward-facing coverages offered to the general public at all. It basically allows businesses that are sufficiently capitalized to self-insure risks with essentially a very high deductible. The bill permits business-owned captives to accept investor funds, which help them bolster reserves, aligning with common reinsurer practices. They do not sell insurance to the public, but cover only their parent company's risks. For example, if ABC retailer or ABC manufacturer establishes a captive insurance company, they can only insure their own risks, not external entities. Also, the bill authorizes the Commissioner to approve captives for other insurance lines, enabling businesses to partially self-insure risks ranging from traditional lines such as employee benefits through modern risks like cybersecurity. Again, it was a bipartisan bill that faced no opposition and passed unanimously in committee. Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to answer any questions or yield the will.
The gentleman has no questions.
I yield the will. I ask for your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? For what purposes, Chair Lady Taylor rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that by supporting House Bill 348, we're enhancing Georgia's appeal as a domicile for carriers, particularly captives, thereby fostering a more robust insurance for the market?
I'm sure the lady knows of what she speaks. She's an astute businesswoman, so in her private life, so appreciate your insight. For what purposes, Representative Tarvin rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this bill modernizes the insurance regulations and better aligns it with the industry practices and also promotes economic growth?
I know this gentleman's well read, so I'm sure he understands the bill completely. Thank you for your insight. For what purpose does Chair of Insurance, Representative Lumsden, rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this bill will streamline regulatory processes and attract more businesses to our state?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that inquiry. Have all members now voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 348, the yeas are 168, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to House Bill 123, 123?
House Bill 123 by Representative Werkheiser of the 157th and others being titled an act to amend Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to criminal procedure so as to provide for pretrial proceedings in capital offense cases where the death penalty is sought. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, that committee recommends this bill do pass.
Representative Werkheiser is recognized to present his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 123. There's 27 states that have capital punishment. Georgia is an outlier in that it is the only one that allows those with intellectual disabilities to be executed for 2 reasons. And this bill fixes both of those. Number one is the standard of changing it from beyond a reasonable doubt to a preponderance of evidence. This is what the other 26 states do. Also, the only thing that Georgia does is they decide on intellectual disabilities at the end of the trial. So think about this. After you've heard 2 weeks of gruesome details and seen things you wish you could unsee, then you're asked to decide on the intellectual disability of an individual, when in reality, this is not like an insanity or any other plea. This is intellectual disability. It's something you're born with. And so you either have ID or you don't. And so this would move to a pretrial motion by the defense, and the defense and the state would go before a decider of fact, which would be the court, and they would decide if the person has an intellectual disability. And then they would have the trial portion of the case. That is the 2 things that the bill does. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll yield the well if there's no questions.
The gentleman has a couple of questions. Representative Silcox, straight up the aisle on the right, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, there was testimony in committee that the state does not seek the death penalty for individuals with intellectual disabilities. Do you believe that to be true?
Absolutely do not. And I kind of cringed when I heard that. And I'm going to give you one example. There's several. In 2015, the state had heard testimony about Warren Hill. And it was very evident that the defense had said that he was severely mentally retarded. And thanks to Scott Hilton, his first freshman bill, that phrase has been stricken from Georgia Code throughout. The argument was not whether he had ID or not, but whether we should execute him. And the interesting thing is the 7 judges, this is about as split as you could get. The Georgia Supreme Court was split 4-3 to execute Warren Hill. And the interesting thing is 3 of the judges pointed to the 2002 Atkins versus Virginia, when our U.S. Supreme Court said it violates the 8th Amendment of cruel and unusual punishment to execute somebody with intellectual disability. So those 3 judges pointed to that ruling. The interesting thing is the other 4 judges pointed to that exact same ruling, because also in that Supreme Court, Atkins versus Virginia, they said it violated the 8th Amendment, but it was up to the states to decide how to fix it. So Virginia, Florida, Texas fixed their laws. Georgia did not. This will be that fix. And I could point you to other cases of that, one as late as March 30th of last year. But, so no, I do not believe that.
Thank you so much for bringing the bill.
And gentlemen, further yield.
I'll take one more.
Representative Reeves, to your right, is recognized to speak to the
Thank you,
to the
Mr.
floor
Speaker.
question.
Would the chairman yield for a question?
Absolutely.
Is it not true that the Catholic Archbishop from Atlanta came here to the Capitol, and as well as many other faith leaders, to earnestly request this bill, and this bill leaves the death penalty intact for cold-blooded killers who are not intellectually disabled?
That is absolutely true, and I've got a letter from over 100 religious organizations who have supported this bill, the Georgia Council on Disabilities, and many other organizations. It does leave, for those who believe in capital punishment, it leaves it intact, but not for those who are intellectually disabled. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the well, but I want to, as you and I have a very close friend in Jack Hill, whose favorite saying was that turtle did not get on that fence post by itself. And so I want to thank a couple of people who's gone before me. This issue has been fought over for years. Scott Hilton, Beth Moore, our former state representative, Brett Harrell, Kathy Harmon Christian, who got your attention and sent, I guess you sent her to me, and many other organizations who have fought to get this bill passed. So I hope we can get it over to the Senate and get it done. Thank you, and I'll ask for your favorable consideration.
Gentleman's yielded well. Thank you for your work, Mr. Chairman. We have a couple of speakers. They'll have up to 10 minutes for your presentations. Chairman Tyler Paul Smith is recognized to speak to the bill, House Bill 123.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, especially for the 10 minutes was as slow as I talk sometimes. Mr. Speaker, members of this august body, I know we're in rapid fire, but I would ask that you pay attention to this bill. I stand before you today to implore your support for this great piece of legislation. I want to thank Chairman Werkheiser and those that have worked on this issue for decades. This is not getting rid of the death penalty for those who do not suffer from intellectual disabilities. This legislation, not just a procedural amendment, it's a necessary reform to uphold the rights of individuals with intellectual disabilities and ensure that our criminal justice system operates with both integrity and compassion. We're going to go into the weeds a little bit here with me, but bear with me on it. This legislation establishes a clear, fair, and structured process that allows a defendant to present evidence of intellectual disability before trial. It ensures that no individual who qualifies as intellectually disabled will face the death penalty, preventing the risk of a wrongful execution. Furthermore, it respects the role of the judiciary by granting judges the authority to make pretrial determinations, reducing unnecessary delays, and ensuring efficiency in our capital cases. Beyond the legal principles, legalese of this bill reflects our state's shared values and our belief in our state motto of wisdom, justice, and moderation. We must recognize that intellectual disability affects an individual's ability to understand those complex legal proceedings, not to mention their actions and the results thereof, but to also participate meaningfully in their defense. House Bill 123 ensures that we do not punish individuals who lack the requisite culpability, or for those of you who study Latin, the mens rea, to warrant the harshest penalty available under law, that being death. This bill does not eliminate accountability. It actually refines our justice system to ensure that punishment is proportional and appropriate. For instance, a defendant found to have an intellectual disability will still be subject to life imprisonment, therefore not absolving them of the responsibility of their action. However, this legislation guarantees that justice is administered in a manner consistent with our constitutional obligations and moral responsibilities. I hope as you join me in passing this great piece of legislation that we take this necessary step towards strengthening the integrity of our legal system, ensuring due process, preventing the irreversible miscarriages of justice, and I appreciate y'all's time and consideration here today. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the will.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, is yielded the will. Representative Panich, recognized to speak to the bill. Up to 10 minutes.
I'll take 3. Colleagues, executing an intellectually disabled person is not an act of justice, but a moral failure. These individuals, by definition, are less culpable. They cannot fully grasp the depth of their actions, nor can they navigate the intricate legal system designed to protect our rights. To put them to death is to punish them for a cognitive limitation that they did not choose. A limitation, in essence, a part of their fundamental human identity. We are not defined by how we treat the strongest among us, but how we protect the most vulnerable. An intellectually disabled individual facing the death penalty is the ultimate test of our collective moral character. And I submit that we must choose compassion over retribution and understanding over punishment. We have the death penalty in the state. I'm not here to debate it. But if we're going to mete out the ultimate punishment, it should only be for the worst of the worst and for those we have spent the time to make sure understand their culpability. I urge you to vote yes on this great bill. I yield the will.
The lady has yielded the will. That concludes all of our presentations on House Bill 123. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 123, the yeas are 172, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Congratulations. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 304.
House Bill 304 by Representative Yurda, the 152nd and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 32, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to municipal courts, so as to create the Georgia Municipal Court Clerks Council. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Yurda is recognized to present the bill. Representative Yurda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I bring you House Bill 304. This statutorily creates the Georgia Municipal Court Clerks Council. You may remember this bill from last year. We passed it almost unanimously and didn't make it to the finish line last year, so I brought it back. There are 389 municipal courts in Georgia. They're the largest class of courts in Georgia, and they range from Atlanta, who holds courts multiple times a day, to very small cities that have courts just once every other month. Despite the diversity of these municipalities, every municipal court must follow the same rules, the same laws, and make sure the court is run properly and respects all the constitutional rights of its citizens. to assist in standardizing the operation of municipal courts and further bring professionalism to the administration of the courts is very important. This bill brings that competence and skill to the profession of municipal court clerks to assist in their best practices. They even plan to create a municipal court clerk certification. This is an entity that will represent the needs of the municipal courts across the state, develop mentorship programs and training programs. More training allows the municipal courts to better serve the public, and that's what this bill is all about. Municipal court judges also support this legislation. I ask for your favorable consideration on this, and I'll be happy to yield the well.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 304, the yeas are 171, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 3737?
House Bill 37 by Representative Lever to the 123rd to be entitled an act to amend subpart 2, part 6 of Article 6 of Chapter 2, Title 20 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to conditions of employment in elementary and secondary education so as to require local school systems to provide notice to employees regarding Social Security withholdings. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Leverett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the House. House Bill 37 is, like most of my legislation this year, another shot at trying to get something through the Senate. So this was a bill we passed yesterday off the floor that requires school districts to give notice to their employees of whether or not they are going to withhold Social Security. If they don't, other plans that might be comparable that they would be eligible for, and then periodically renew that notice every 5 years, and then upon separation, tell them if they have withheld any social, get a little bit of a ring here, Social Security. The reason for this is school districts do not have to withhold. They do not have to participate in Social Security. They can opt out, and a number of them have. So this is to try to just make sure employees know. The origin of this was at a retired educators meeting in my district. One of the members apparently did not realize the school district she worked for did not withhold and had a very unpleasant surprise at retirement. So we're just trying to make sure those surprises are kept to a minimum. And that's the bill. I would greatly appreciate your support, and we'll stand for any questions.
Gentleman yield. You have a question to your left. Representative Rice.
Yes, sir.
Way to your left is recognized for a question. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that requiring local school systems to notify employees about their Social Security withholdings and benefit eligibility promotes transparency and trust within our educational institutions?
That is certainly my belief. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
The gentleman has another question for you. Representative Burnell to your left out front is recognized for a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
What would be an example of the other retirement benefits that they could get?
Well, one would be teacher retirement, for which many teachers would qualify, and there are other kinds of plans that some systems offer or that are available commercially. So that's kind of what we're just trying to let them make them start thinking about retirement planning if they aren't going to have Social Security.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I greatly appreciate your support for House Bill 37. Thank you, and I yield the will, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 37, the yeas are 169, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 180?
House Bill 180 by Representative Smith of the 18th, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 9, Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to probate courts so as to modify certain requirements for probate judges. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Tyler Paul Smith is recognized to present House Bill 180. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I bring to you House Bill 180. This is a simple cleanup within our code. This would close a loophole that currently exists in our code concerning our Article 6 probate court judges to make sure that the affidavit they file when qualifying for to run for the office, that matches up with the qualifications within the statute. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's the nuts and bolts of it. It would not affect any of those sitting probate court judges that are qualified under those respective statutes, which, for those of y'all doing the quick homework, 15-9-2, and then the Article 6 courts and 15-9-4. I'll yield for any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield well and ask this body's favorable consideration.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 180, the yeas are 171, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 406?
House Bill 406 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 23 of Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Georgia judicial retirement system so as to increase the retirement age of Superior Court judges for taking office on or after July 1st, 2026. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Leverett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, hello again. I've got today as another bill. This is House Bill 406, and the clerk really summarized it in reading the caption. Although it was initially assigned to Judy, it was later transferred to retirement. This bill would change the retirement age for Superior Court judges that are appointed or elected after July 1 of this year. Currently, their retirement age, like everybody in, I believe they're in JRS, is 60. This would increase it to 65. This is, I suppose you would say, it's somewhat of a companion piece of legislation to the restructuring of the judicial pay that you passed off the floor earlier this year. This is something the judges have agreed to, sort of as to travel with that. If you will, they're asking us to make a greater state commitment to relieve the locals of some of the burden of the supplements, and this is a way for them to slightly ameliorate the state's commitment with respect to the retirement. So it would not apply to any existing Superior Court judge, but would just apply to future Superior Court judges. It is a non-fiscal retirement bill because it's going to actually save the state money. So that is basically the bill, and it is agreed to by the Superior Court Judges Council. So I would greatly appreciate your support, and we'll be glad to answer any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As I appreciate your support, as the former Speaker of the Texas House would said when he was awarded some kind of honor, he said, "I cannot tell you how much I appreciate this honor. I'm filled with great humidity." So I appreciate y'all filling me with great humidity by your support. Thank you, and I yield the well.
He was a work in progress, I'm sure. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 406, the yeas are 167, the nays are 7. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 7979?
House Bill 79 by Representative Newton of the 127th, being titled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 4080 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to income taxes so as to provide a tax credit for certain eligible expenses incurred for firearm safe handling instructional courses and firearm secure storage devices. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Newton is recognized to present the bill. Chairman Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be back. The House has been engaged really in a multi-pronged effort for a long time, caring for our youth and our children. We want to educate them. We want to strengthen families. We've worked hard on foster care and adoption bills. And I think a little later we're going to work on some bills to try to keep children safe in an often dangerous world. House Bill 79 is an additional step in that effort. It provides an option for a tax credit to do two things: to obtain a firearm safe handling instruction course or to obtain a firearm secure storage device. So House Bill 79 recognizes a few different things. Firearm deaths are actually the leading cause of death of youth and children under 19, even exceeding motor vehicle accidents. It's very important to clarify that, though, because over 60% of these are homicides. Those are felony criminal actions that are already against the law, and that they're obviously a major source of loss of life, very often gang-related. I am proud of a lot of the work this House has done to do the Attorney General's task force on gang activity. I know we've done some work to try to decrease the recruitment of gang members and minors. We've done working on that along the way. So along with that increased crime, though, we've had a lot of law enforcement challenges later. most recently. So that's part of the reason behind the safe instructional handling course, an instructional course on safe handling of firearms. We want to make sure, like many people didn't grow up hunting or grow up with firearms, but they may recognize that they live in a dangerous area, a dangerous situation, and they want to have the ability to protect themselves, their children, and their families. So that's important. So this bill allows you to use part of your $300 tax credit, if you want to get a safe handling instructional course. We want them to be able to protect their families and their children. These are typically about $100 or $150. They're in-person courses. The second option on this bill, which you can do both, is to obtain a firearm secure storage device. Now remember, over 60% are homicides. Many of those are stolen, as I mentioned. Tragically, another 30% are suicides, and about 10% are accidental. And these are in youth 19 and under. This bill offers choices to families, parents, firearm owners. You can get a bedside gun safe with biometric digital access for about $100, or you can get trigger or cable locks. This is an example of a little quick combination lock that can disable most any handgun and almost all long guns, as far as shotguns, rifles as well. So this bill offers choices, ways to secure your firearms, especially when you have children or maybe neighborhood children come to visit that weren't trained like maybe you train your own children, grandparents that may not think about this. And then, of course, we've got troubled teens. That's almost redundant to say that because all of us were somewhat troubled when we were teenagers. But it's a challenge, and and occasionally gets to the level of a tragedy. Securely storing your firearms is certainly a responsible action. It can be something that can avoid tragedy. Importantly, in this bill, we did put some guardrails around this. We want to make sure that, the Bill of Rights is important to all of us, and the second one of those Bill of Rights is the Second Amendment, the right to protect yourself and your family. So we want to make sure, by making this bill, it's voluntary. It has no threats of criminal action or whatever. It has a prohibition, specific prohibition for any list that's not needed just to administer the program. And so we have put some guardrails around it that I think are respectful of your Bill of Rights, your Second Amendment rights, but also allows responsible gun owners the option that they need, the choices that they need. I think House Bill 79 can both inform the public and encourage them to utilize both safe handling and safe storage of firearms, and I hope I can get your support as we try to move forward with this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to answer any questions.
The gentleman's going to answer some questions. We have 5 folks who want to speak in favor of the bill, and we do have a couple of questions. I'm going to recognize Representative Herring to your left for a question. Representative Herring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Is it not true that promoting secure firearm storage through tax incentives will help prevent accidental shootings, especially among children and teenagers in Georgia?
Absolutely. The lady knows of what she speaks. It is true. Accidental are about 10%, and the others are suicide 30% and over 60% homicides. But thank you
so much.
Thank you for your support.
Representative Kelly to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Chairman Newton, just to clear a few things up, isn't it true that there's nothing mandatory in this legislation that would require anyone to do this?
No, it's absolutely true. This is, number one, it's a completely voluntary program. There are prohibitions on a registry or list in the bill, but once again, it's an optional program. It may not be right for everyone, but we want to both educate and inform and encourage the use of a responsible secure storage.
And isn't it further true that I love guns so much that I'm going to use this tax credit to buy a lockbox for my Tahoe so that when my car gets broken into in Atlanta, no one will take my guns out of it? I'm excited to see that there are beginning to be a lot of vehicle safes that are biometric for the people who are driving an area where they feel they need protection. But at the same time, stolen guns out of vehicles is probably the leading weapon used in gang-related violence and those over 60% of homicides that I mentioned. And so that's going to be a great choice if you make it.
Representative Anissa Jones to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
As a gun license holder and a responsible gun owner, I would like to express my gratitude for this bill, for I lost a cousin because a firearm was not safely secured. Is it not true that House Bill 79 does not impose any restrictions on gun ownership, but instead promotes responsible firearm storage and handling, which benefits all Georgians?
I thank the lady very much for the question. She's absolutely right. I look forward to moving forward on this.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that we can take a step forward and continue to do things to protect and strengthen our children and families. I appreciate your support on the bill.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We have 5 speakers in favor. I'm going to give y'all up to, individually, 7 minutes. If you don't need it, don't take it. But up to 7 minutes. I'm going to start with Representative Al. Dr. Al, you're recognized to speak to the bill. Give the lady your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise again to speak in support of a bill that incentivizes responsible firearm ownership and the secure storage of guns. I was pleased to co-sponsor this bill last year when it passed nearly unanimously out of the House, and I hope in a few minutes we'll have a chance to pass it again with just as much support. I appreciate the good doctor from Augusta for again sponsoring this bill, and I appreciate the support the Republican leadership has put behind it, indicating that not only does secure storage work to keep our families safer, safe storage is a gun safety measure we're willing to put some muscle behind. When we pass this bill today, we can all go home knowing that we did something good. But since I might not get another chance to do this, I'm going to walk you through some hypotheticals. So, what if we passed a bill offering families vouchers for buying car seats, but we did not also have a law requiring car seat use for babies and children? What if we passed a bill instructing car insurance companies to offer lower premiums for drivers with clean records, but we didn't also have speed limits or DUI laws? What if we passed a bill offering tax credits for swimming lessons and water safety courses, but did not also require safety fences around public and private swimming pools? In those cases, I think we can recognize how, despite all the good intentions, incentives alone do not work nearly as well as incentives coupled with regulation. So I want to be clear here. The current bill we are debating, HB 79, includes no such requirements. Okay, this may in fact be the key selling point for many, so I really want to underline this point to ensure this bill's passage. HB 79 does not require any gun owner to do anything. This omission, in my opinion, also highlights the opportunity that this body has missed year after year after year. And I want to urge us to not miss this opportunity again. Gun violence, as Dr. Newton noted, is the #1 cause of death of kids and teenagers in this country, and there's really no way around this next thing I'm going to say, which is that a safe storage law is the most effective way to keep guns out of the hands of unsupervised minors. This may be an inconvenient truth, but among friends like ourselves, we need to be honest, right? We've had a chance to do better, and we have chosen to not do so. Yet, a few important things that I want to point out right now. Many other similar pro-gun states, like Florida, like Texas, have stronger safe storage requirements than Georgia does. Yes, I said Florida and Texas have stronger safe storage laws than we do. If they can do it, so can we. We can respect and embrace the Second Amendment even with regulation. In 2020, the American Bar Association noted, and I quote from their paper, "Safe storage laws are a constitutional means to protect the public from preventable suicides, tragic accidents, and crime, while respecting Americans' Second Amendment rights." And in 2024, just last year, our current conservative Supreme Court also ruled 8-1 in favor of a bill limiting certain people's access to guns, indicating that the Second Amendment rights can exist with limits. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote, quote, "Since the founding, our nation's firearm laws have included provisions preventing individuals who threaten physical harm to others from misusing firearms." So we can pass a safe storage law if we choose to. And I know behind closed doors, because I've had this conversation for many, many years, many of you understand that we should pass a law like this. So this past September, Appalachia High School was the site of the deadliest school shooting in Georgia's history. The shooter in that case was only 14 years old. This, of course, was shocking, but what shocked me more was that hearing that just a year prior to that massacre, he and his father had been questioned by local police on suspicion that he might do something exactly like this. So as part of this questioning, police asked the father about the then 13-year-old's access to firearms. Right? Police were told that, yes, there were, in fact, guns in the home that they used for hunting, but that ammunition was out of the boy's reach. This encounter took place in 2023. Now imagine, had we passed a safe storage requirement earlier that same year, and we did have a chance to do so. Ask me how I know. How might that have changed things? Well, so the police questioning the father could have said then, did you know that Georgia just passed a law requiring that guns that can be accessed by minors be locked up securely? Are the guns in your home stored securely so that your son can't access them without supervision? Can you show us? Nothing should haunt us more in this chamber than a missed opportunity. And nothing should shame us more than failing to learn from our mistakes. We don't have to miss this opportunity again. We have a chance to do this now, this year, and to do the right thing. So, should we pass this bill, HB 79? Absolutely, 100%. I will be voting yes, and I urge everyone in this chamber to vote yes too. I also urge you to push yourselves a little bit more, even though it's hard. You know, we often commend the staff and the students and the families and the teachers after a school shooting for being brave, right? And they are. But we can be brave too. Right? So as we pass HB 79, let's commit to close that loop. Incentivize responsible behavior while creating a culture and an expectation of exactly what that responsible behavior should look like. Hear and vote on HB 1, the Pediatric Health Safe Storage Act. You've had a lot of time. It's the first bill that was dropped this session. We still have a little bit of time to do it. You may disagree with HB 1, right? You may ultimately vote no on it, and that's okay, right? That's how the democratic process works. But at least give the issue the respect it deserves, and don't go home today after passing this current bill, HB 79, patting yourselves on the back and thinking that we've done enough. We have not done enough. So don't walk away from that responsibility, because that is why we are here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Oliver is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for this opportunity today. One of the benefits of a long political career is that you have an opportunity to learn things over time, to look at trends, to look at changes in the law, how they came quickly or not so quickly. You have the opportunity to experience, as I have, serving both in the majority party with leadership roles and in the minority party without leadership roles. I want to make an argument to you briefly today, certainly less than 7 minutes, that the gun safety legislation in my long political career has been the most partisan, the most intransigent, and with devastating results. I have followed these issues very closely. I have been involved in many different efforts to make gun safety legislation more meaningful, and I want to give you some examples of this history and some examples, what's meaningful to me, of what true bipartisanship is. I have benefited from bipartisan efforts very much. I have appreciated the opportunity to serve primarily in the Judiciary Committee, where there is an opportunity for shared views. Real bipartisanship is based on an open mind and intellectual honesty and mutual respect. I learned those skills, had to learn those skills as a young lawyer in rural Georgia in many different court systems. The judge was always in charge of my opposing counsel's behavior, not me. It didn't matter where my opposing counsel was really bad, showed up drunk, slept during the trial, and knew less about the law than my hound dog Henry. He is somebody I was required to respect because only the judge was in charge of my opponent's behavior, not myself. That gave me some reasons to believe, coming down here, that intellectual honesty, open mind, and mutual respect would be opportunities I could enjoy, and I have enjoyed many of those. David Ralston and I came to the Senate on the same day. He was on a committee I chaired. He came to the committee every day, and for 6 years we worked together. We both ran for statewide office. We both lost. We both went home to our law offices, and then we came back. I've had a house in his district for 25 years, and I really missed him this week because I wanted to tell him that we have a bald eagle on Fighting Town Creek, and I enjoyed sharing that with Representative Chastain. Here are the bills that we have not enjoyed a bipartisan positive opportunity about that we should pass in the issue of gun safety. Red flag laws would prevent deaths. Waiting periods would prevent deaths. Not abolishing mental health records after 5 years, as we do in Georgia uniquely, would prevent deaths. Background checks would prevent deaths. I served as a magistrate court judge for several years. I was at the jail on Friday night regularly. I saw the significant impact of gun violence. We live in a gun violent society, and ladies and gentlemen, it's gotten worse. I will vote for 79. The tax credit benefit, if I were to buy what is Amazon's most favored gun safety, would save me about $15, I think. But I'm going to vote for it because it represents a little bit of change. But I'm going to urge you, in an effort to promote intellectual honesty and open-mindedness, let's follow the advice of people like Warren Buffett and many others that say we can educate ourselves no matter how old we are. We need to concentrate every week, 5 hours of reading or a book every week. I want to recommend to you, this is a little bit more gratuitous advice, that you read The American Gun, The True Story of the AR-15, written by a Wall Street Journal reporter on the history of the AR-15. Came out of the World War II efforts to improve guns to make safety a higher priority for our soldiers. We need to understand more that we have failed in the area of gun safety. We need to be more open-minded, and we need to pay attention, please pay attention, to the reality that the #1 cause of death today for children is gun violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Thank you. The ladies have yielded the well. Representative Roberts is recognized to speak to the bill up to 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of HB 79 because I think we all can agree putting a few tax dollars back in Georgians' pockets for doing the right thing is always a good thing. And encouraging investment in safe storage is a step in the right direction. That said, I do hope it's not the only step this body takes this session and in the future, because Georgia is now 4th in the country for weakest gun laws, and correspondingly has the 4th highest number of gun deaths per year. We should all want to improve those numbers, especially when we recently experienced what might have been a preventable school shooting very close to home, right up the road in Winder, Georgia. 2 teachers and 2 students gunned down by a 14-year-old who was on law enforcement's radar, known by his family to be a risk, and had access to firearms. Family members of the victims and survivors from the Appalachia High School shooting have been at the Capitol this session. I hope you all took time to listen to their stories since you're not listening to me. One high school student, school senior, shared her story while she was here. She said, and I quote, "The shooting started. The minutes that followed would feel like an eternity. In that moment, I felt responsible. I still do. Many of us do. I sat there frozen, terrified, unable to move, unable to help. If I had moved, had tried, I might have been next." Let that settle for a minute. A math teacher who was in the classroom next door to where the shooter killed the victims recently shared with our caucus that she is now suffering from PTSD. And 2 days ago, I know y'all are football fans, Mike Hancock resigned as football coach at Appalachia, citing PTSD, anxiety, grief, and depression because one of those killed was Richard Aspinwall, his defensive coordinator. This session, I have watched many of you come to this well, pleading passionately and tearfully, and I've cried from my chair with you. Some of you have said you need us to vote yes, even though we can't understand because we haven't lived what you've lived through. You're right. I have not lived through a hurricane, but I voted with you. I have not watched my child suffer from a rare disease, and I hope none of us do, but I voted with you. Every year, we have citizens from all over Georgia come down to this Capitol and tearfully plead with you to pass common sense gun safety legislation. Parents whose children died accidentally or committed suicide with a gun that was not properly stored. A survivor who has been in this Capitol in her wheelchair because her abusive spouse came after her and shot her multiple times. And families of victims who lost loved ones at the hand of school shooters, who projected their intentions to others in advance of the tragedy. Instead of passing policies that might prevent these tragic deaths, some of you avoid the rope line when the red shirts are in the Capitol. And you won't even grant us a committee hearing with a vote on the bills we file for these grieving and scared Georgians. We know that none of these bills by themselves will prevent every gun death, but our constituents deserve for us to try some of these policies we know are working in other states. After the tragic Parkland shooting, Florida citizens pleaded with the state legislature to pass common sense gun safety bills, and they did. They passed a red flag bill. They raised the age of who can own a gun, and they required a mandatory waiting period. A few years later, in response to an attempt to repeal that red flag law, a Broward County sheriff who was a self-proclaimed law and order conservative. I remember the first time I shadowed somebody before I decided to run for office, and I have done politics in county and cities as a zoning attorney. I was shocked at how rude this chamber is to talk when somebody's in this well. I haven't talked when you've been crying from up here about your constituents who are hurting, and I would appreciate the same respect. That sheriff shared in an article that he believed the red flag laws were working. He said he was able to stop tragedies before they happened, rather than just respond afterwards. We've now had a tragic school shooting right here at home. Georgians are suffering and pleading for us to do something. HB 79 is a start, but what's it going to take before this body will answer the call of 80% of Georgians who support more impactful, common sense solutions? Respectfully, a school safety bill that doesn't require safe storage is incomplete. This issue should not be partisan. Bullets don't pick Democrats and Republicans. The bills my colleagues and I filed to try and address gun violence are as important to us as yours providing hurricane relief. Rather than reciprocate the empathy we show you, you ignore us year after year. And then you claim this issue, this more innocuous bill, as your own to claim credit for one of the first gun safety bills in more than a decade. Step too far. Many of you often say to us in the minority party how happy you are that we can disagree and still be respectful of each other. Let me be clear. We respect this chamber and the honor of this office we all hold, but it hurts us deeply when you disregard our passionate pleas. I will continue to vote on your legislation with empathy, and I will vote yes on this bill. But we as members of this House deserve better, and Georgia families deserve more.
Members yielded the will. Representative Carter is recognized to present the bill.
I get to present a bill?
Yeah, I guess you could. Speak to the bill. You know what I meant.
Yes,
Lady will speak to the bill.
Good afternoon, everyone. I first want to let you know that I have come in support of HB 79. I love the fact that we have a piece of legislation that is promoting not only safety, but training. If you're going to own a gun, if you're going to own a firearm, you need to be trained. A lot of us did not grow up with guns, but they've become popular. The children want them, the adults want them, everybody wants them. So this piece of legislation will also provide a tax credit for training. We've talked a lot about the shooting, but here's another reason why it's important that the training is included. Can you imagine, moms, having your firearm in your purse? You leave your purse in the car, you run in the store, and come back and your child has shot themselves because they were rumbling in your purse. Well, you know what? If that mom or that cousin or that father or whoever did that had firearm training, maybe that child would have lived. So I hope when we pass this piece of legislation that we'll promote it, we'll go out and encourage its constituents to ensure that they not only safely store their guns, but get training. Because here's the thing, training ensures that gun owners are educated on responsible practices for handling and using firearms, storing them securely in your home, in your vehicle, and I'm gonna say, ladies, in your purse, is critical. It's common sense, and before using a gun, you should receive training. Gun owners can make their homes and communities safer by storing their guns securely. This means storing them unloaded, locked, and separate from ammunition. Research shows secure storage practices play a vital role in reducing risk of gun violence. Storing firearms securely protects children and adults and prevented unintentional shootings. You may not know this, or you may know this. An estimate 54% of gun owners do not lock their guns securely. 54%. Every year, nearly 360 children under the age of 18 unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else. 4.6 million children in the U.S. live in a home with at least one unlocked and loaded firearm. Guys, if we don't do anything else with gun safety this session, passing this piece of legislation and offering a credit is a good step. because if we can get people to be trained to use their firearms and store them safely, I believe that we will see a reduce in crime. So I want to say join me in supporting HB 79. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. That completes all those speaking in favor of the bill. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 79, the yeas are 165, the nays are 8. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 268, 268?
House Bill 268 by the representative from the 119th, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to elementary and secondary education so as to provide for the safety, health, and well-being of students and school communities. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Members, this House Bill 268 is the first bill on our supplemental calendar. We have a couple of bills to hear this afternoon, so hope you'll give the folks in the well your attention as we move forward through the afternoon. So we'll begin with House Bill 268. Representative Holt Persinger is recognized to present the bill. Representative Persinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today to present for your favorable consideration House Bill 268. But before I cover the contents of this legislation, I want to present each of you with the opportunity this bill represents. This legislation represents an opportunity to pass measures today that will save lives and protect our students, teachers, and schools in every corner of this state. This bill will put in place proactive early intervention measures that support the mental health and well-being of our children and provide resources for students in crisis, ensuring that we can intervene to make a meaningful impact on an individual before a mental health crisis escalates to self-harm or the harm of other students. I urge you to keep that in mind as you consider this measure. Last September, the Bexar County community and our entire state witnessed an unimaginable tragedy when 4 Georgians were taken from us during a despicable and senseless act of violence. Those 4 Georgians were 14-year-old students Mason Skirmerhorn, Christian Angulo, beloved math and dance teacher Christina Irami, and Coach Richard Aspinwall. After this tragedy, Speaker Burns, along with the members of this House, committed the championing of legislation that bolsters school security, mandates stronger communication between our schools, state agencies, and law enforcement, and provides critical mental health resources to our students. That's exactly what HB 268 will accomplish. First, HB 268 creates increased mental health resources for students in every public school district across the state. These resources include new positions for behavioral health coordinators in our systems, as well as grants to fund these positions. Secondly, this legislation addresses several critical needs to strengthen school security and filling gaps in communication that were revealed following the events at Appalachia High School. HB 268 requires relevant student records, including academic and disciplinary records, to be shared quickly and efficiently when a student transfers between school districts. We know that a lack of information sharing occurred with the accused shooter at Appalachia, and this measure directly addresses that breakdown in communication. Third, HB 268 will require a structured, multidisciplinary process to identify, assess, and mitigate potential threats while supporting the safety and well-being of students and staff. This includes requiring schools to adopt behavioral threat assessment management teams, also called BTAMs, to identify and manage potential threats at the school level. GEMA will also expand their statewide behavioral threat management operational process to provide technical assistance and training to local school systems, helping them develop and implement effective threat management teams and policies. This will help ensure that students who may be facing a mental health crisis receive the resources and support they need when they need it most. Next, to continue fostering interagency communication and communication between school districts, HB 268 creates a statewide information sharing system that is used to collect, integrate, and analyze data related to threats against school safety, the School and Student Safety Database, or S3. This includes the incident records of students who have made a threat or engaged in other threatening or criminal behavior that members of a school's BTAM team deems rises to a standard that would initiate entrance into the S3 database. I want to be very clear, not every student in our state will have an S3 data record. In fact, the vast majority of students will never have a record in the S3 database. S3 would also meet the highest security standards, and only individuals on local BTAM teams and designated school and GEMA personnel would have access to the S3 student record. Parents can also request a review of this data at any time. Next, we know that students feel comfortable and safe sharing information and voicing concerns on their devices. That's why HB 268 requires schools to adopt the use of an anonymous reporting app that meets certain standards. Finally, this bill increases the penalty for terroristic threats and requires the immediate removal and placement in online learning of a student who makes a terroristic threat until law enforcement and the BTAM team deem it safe for that individual to return to school. This approach balances the immediate need to secure the safety of other students while providing an opportunity for the student who made the threat to be assessed and receive the resources they may need. Colleagues, HB 268 is a result of months of collaboration between members of this House, state agencies, law enforcement officers, educators, school administrators, and parents whose number one concern is the safety of our students. I will once again reiterate, this bill and the resources it creates will save lives. We have an opportunity today to change the narrative surrounding mental health, put in place measures that will have positive lifelong impact on Georgia's children, and take proactive steps to ensure a tragedy like what happened at Appalachia High School never happens again in our state. I'm honored to stand before you today and ask for your favorable consideration of House Bill 268. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well if there are no questions.
There is a question. Chair recognizes Representative Clark for a question. To your left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
So I received a lot of emails about this bill, and one of the concerns that I received from a lot of parents was about the privacy of the information that is being shared, across these schools. I didn't hear you really speak on the privacy part. Could you expound on how we're making sure that this data is not going to get into the hands of people who necessarily shouldn't see this data?
Sure. So all the data records are under HIPAA and FERPA compliance, and not every person in a school system is going to have access to all the records. It's on a need to know. So you're only going to have access to a student's records if you're their classroom teacher or an administrator, somebody directly involved in the education of that child.
And does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
What about students that have like a 504 plan or an IEP for disciplinary or mental health issues? How are we making sure that they are, I guess, not necessarily being labeled as the quote bad kid
Correct.
because of something that might actually be diagnosed?
So thanks to Representative Glaze, we amended the bill in committee to directly address that. So similar to if they have a behavioral issue now, they have a manifestation meeting. So in the BTAM meeting, if a child with a 504 or an IEP were to be referred to the BTAM team, someone intimately involved in creating their 504 or IEP will be a member of that team.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the majority leader of Strachan for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Sir, is it not true that this legislation will provide local school systems with the necessary resources and guidance to effectively manage and mitigate potential threats?
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you for bringing the bill, sir.
Thank you.
There are no more questions.
I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative McQueen to speak to the bill. Okay. At the Speaker's discretion, the opposition will have 15 minutes total, as will those speaking in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to confess that I have read this bill more than I've read any bill this session. I approach reading bills the same way I teach my students to approach a complex test or assessment. I read every bill at least 3 times, each with a different purpose. Round 1 is for feelings. With some of the legislation we've seen this year, that's a necessary step for me. I read the words, I feel what I feel, and I move on. Round 2 is for facts. What is actually here? What is this bill saying? And just as important, what is it not saying? And finally, round 3 is for questions. Where are the gaps? What doesn't add up? Now, usually that third reading wraps things up, maybe a 4th pass at most, but with House Bill 268, I lost count. Because the more I read, the more questions I had. And the first question was simple. What exactly are we doing here? We are being asked to create a state-run student surveillance database, a watch list for children readily available for law enforcement access. The talking points meant to be reassuring are, this isn't a watch list, it's just a safety tool. We track attendance, we track grades. Why not this? Because this is different. This isn't neutral data. This is subjective labeling, deciding which children are considered a threat based on a feeling, a perception, a judgment. So then I wondered, well, who makes that call? And once a child is flagged, how long does that label follow them? Does a 10-year-old who gets written up for acting out at 5th grade recess stay in this system until they're 18, applying for college, when they apply for a job? I went back to the bill looking for guardrails, looking for limits, looking for clear criteria to answer those basic questions. And while the supplement to this bill now includes an appeal process, a path for parents to challenge a recommendation to the school-level Behavioral Threat Assessment Management Team, BTAM, what happens to the students who don't have someone to make that appeal? What about students in foster care? The students whose guardians are absent or unavailable? The students navigating the system alone? Because an appeal process on paper means nothing if there's no one to file it. And I looked for language that accounted for them. Protections for students without advocates, alternative safeguards to make sure no child slips through the cracks, and unfortunately, I found nothing. And so then I thought, well, surely there must be strict controls on who can see this information, because if we're creating a list like this, the first concern has to be privacy. So I went to the bill looking for answers, looking for clear, enforceable limits on who can access this database, on how the information is shared, and on how long a student's name can stay in the system. And I found in lines 136 through 138 of the original that, quote, any sharing of student records shall comply with the Federal Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA, and its implementing regulations, end quote. And that's it. And the concern here is that FERPA has broad exceptions, especially when safety is invoked. Under FERPA, if a school official believes there's a threat, they can share personally identifiable information from student records without parental consent and with nearly any outside party they claim has a legitimate educational interest. So under this bill, once a child is flagged, what's stopping that information from circulating between schools, law enforcement, state agencies, and beyond? So I kept looking. I searched for any extra guardrails this bill might put in place, limits beyond FERPA, clear restrictions to prevent overreach or abuse. I looked for language that says who exactly can see this information. I looked for language that says how long this data stays on file, and again, I found nothing. So now I'm wondering, why do we even need this? Because here's the thing, we already have information sharing tools between schools and law enforcement. Right now, under existing Georgia law, if there's a credible threat, schools are fully empowered to notify authorities, coordinate responses, and share necessary records to protect students and staff. And even when considering that in many rural areas, information sharing might not be happening as smoothly as it should, that some districts may lack the personnel, technology, or relationships to coordinate effectively. The question becomes whether this bill fixes these issues. Does this bill fund training to strengthen partnerships between school and law enforcement? Does it provide resources for rural districts to develop communication plans? Does it offer grants to improve existing systems rather than forcing every district into a one-size-fits-all state database? I went looking for those answers in the bill, and once again, I found nothing. No new protections, no new powers, no new resources, just another layer, another government system, another database to maintain, with all the risk that comes with collecting sensitive data on children and none of the benefit. So even if we accept the premise that some districts need help coordinating school safety responses, this bill does not address that problem. It does not provide a solution. It just builds a new system on top of the gaps that already exist without actually closing them. So if the information is already flowing where it needs to in most areas, and if this bill does nothing to improve coordination where it isn't, then why are we building this machine? And who's paying for all of this? Because we know this isn't free. The technology, the training, the maintenance, the security, and yes, school safety is worth the cost. We could find the money later and schools could just get started now, but we've heard that promise before. And it's always the schools with the fewest resources who are asked to stretch the furthest. So I looked in the bill for funding streams, for grants, for appropriations, for anything that acknowledges the cost we're dumping on these districts, and again, nothing. So when I went looking in the bill for the oversight, where is the backstop to ensure this system isn't misused? There are references to the Chief Privacy Officer in lines 126 through 130 of the original. But does the CPO have independent authority? Can they stop misuse, remove false entries, protect students in real time? Yet again, nothing to be found. The Chief Privacy Officer advises, they consult, but they do not control this system. They do not have the power to intervene when a student is wrongfully flagged. They do not protect these children from the consequences of a label that may follow them indefinitely. And all of this brought me to my one last question. What happened to local control? We hear about it constantly in this chamber. The wisdom of letting parents and local educators make the decisions closest to their students, and yet here we are voting on a bill that creates a one-size-fits-all statewide mandate that forces every district into the same system whether it works for their students or not. School safety requires consistency, but safety does not mean sacrificing local wisdom. It does not mean stacking one system on top of another and pretending that's progress. So colleagues, I ask you this. If this bill does not protect privacy, if it does not provide funding, if it does not respect local control, and if it duplicates work that schools and law enforcement are already doing, then what are we doing? If the goal is real safety, let's fund the people who do the real work. Let's hire more counselors, more social workers. Let's invest in mental health care and conflict resolution. But if the goal is simply to say we did something, regardless of whether it truly works, then let's at least be honest about that. And to be clear, I want to recognize the work of the sponsor and the committee. I see the efforts to respond to concerns raised about the original bill. I see the amendments. I see the attempt to build in some guardrails, and I appreciate those steps. But colleagues, there is so much more work to do. So I strongly urge you to consider everything I've laid out here as you make your vote. Thank you, Speaker. I yield the well.
Ladies yielded the will. Representative Sanchez is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today to oppose House Bill 268, not because I don't support the intent of helping our students and keeping them safe. It's because I want to keep our kids safe that I am opposing this bill. As of one of only 2 Gen Z legislators here, and as someone who was in high school in the last decade, I have experienced what it's like to go to school in the modern environment of mass shootings and the fears and anxieties that comes with. There are many things to speak of on this bill, including some things that in isolation I would support. But of the over 60 pages, there isn't nearly enough on mental health, and there's too much on surveillance, overcriminalization, and the invasion of privacy of our students and their families. Testimony was heard in committee from multiple parents who are afraid of what this bill could do to their children. Parents whose children have already had to face racial discrimination in our schools. Some students have been labeled terrorists and barred for participating in student elections simply because a principal did not understand a movie reference. Another student was simply discussing guns and had to be suspended for 3 days to appease racial animosity from other parents. This bill will exacerbate cases like this, where ignorance, misunderstandings, and straight-up prejudice cause students to be punished for doing nothing wrong. This bill requires records of disciplinary actions to follow students wherever they go, even if they're not criminal actions. It also makes it much easier for law enforcement and the government to have access to these records and undermine parents' rights to deny such requests, even despite some of the amendments made. As the Intercultural Development Research Association has noted, discipline is very often conflated with security. The records being referenced in this bill are discipline records, not security risk records. And they are using these discipline records to label children as threats. We're talking about children as threats. IDRA states that the existing disparities in school discipline processes and systems across the state mean that right now black children are 3 times more likely than their white peers to be disciplined in Georgia public schools, even though black students are not more likely to misbehave. Additionally, students with disabilities are 1.5 times more likely to be punished. We cannot allow these unjust disparities to turn into a permanent setback for students through the system this bill is trying to create. And if I may, I'd like to share a personal story about my time in school. In 2008, the recession made my family lose everything, and we had to move to a completely different community and shove ourselves into a small apartment with a family of 5. It was a hard year for us and for me, and in that year, I got into 3 fights at the new school that I was in, and I got written up for them. Mind you, I was a straight A student, and a year later I was in student government. But what would have happened if this bill was enacted then? How would that have impacted how my teachers viewed me, or the opportunities that I would have received? Between 4th and 10th grade, I went to 6 different schools. And if this bill was enacted then, that record would have followed me through those schools. Why are we essentially creating a criminal record for students? You know what that would do to students who are struggling to better themselves? Multiple studies have demonstrated the bias that happens from educators. And they showed that educators that perceive students as lower performing treat those students differently than they do students who they perceive to be higher performing, to the detriment of those lower performing students. So what do you think this bill will do if you see a student who has essentially a criminal record attached to them through this S3 database? What do you think will happen to students who have one bad day follow them for the rest of their educational life? We should not punish children who haven't even committed a crime. This will disproportionately impact students from working families who are struggling to get by, single parents who have to work and can't be as involved in their children's education, or both parents who work to make ends meet. And as referenced earlier, black and brown students are traditionally over-policed and marginalized and will disproportionately be impacted by this legislation. This bill unnecessarily punishes students who are just trying to do better and makes it even harder for those who are behind to get ahead. And it also does not do nearly enough to stop school shootings. I would speak in support of this bill if it significantly expanded access to mental health professionals in our schools, if it looked at students as human beings that they are, instead of trying to criminalize them for things they might or might not do in the future. I would support this bill if it gave parents the ability and the tools to be more involved in their children's lives, if teachers were given more resources in tackling the mental health crisis, if they were paid more for that work, if this bill was investing in programs to help kids, to help parents, to help schools, to help our communities. I would fully support this legislation. But this bill does not do nearly enough of this. Instead of helping our students, it hurts them. It criminalizes them. It polices them. It curtails their civil rights. Their rights to a safe school environment and their rights to privacy. It also certainly ignores a central issue behind the Appalachian school shooting, which is guns. I was 2 years old when the mass shooting at Columbine High School happened. I was also 2 years old when a month later, the Heritage High School shooting happened in Georgia. And now nearly 26 years later, hardly anything has been done around this issue. Now, I know we just passed the legislation earlier, and I am glad that we passed House Bill 79. But we need so much more to ensure the safety of our students and of our communities. Our students are less safe now. Guns have become the #1 cause of death for our children. And all we've been doing is offering thoughts and prayers and bills that criminalize black and brown children. Children like me when I was in school. So I please urge you to vote no on this legislation. I am an example of someone who would have been considered a troubled
Gentlemen,
kid.
we'll wrap up. We have another speaker, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your accommodating. Representative Roman is recognized to speak to up to 4 minutes. The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise in opposition to this bill, and I take no pleasure in doing so. When I was in high school, specifically when I was in driver's ed, I got pulled out of class by my teacher, who proceeded to interrogate me to make sure that I and my family was not part of any terrorist organizations. And I kind of laughed it off because I didn't know what else to do, because, when you're a kid, you don't know your civil rights. Nobody's given you a Know Your Rights, seminar. Nobody's taught you the law. Nobody's told you how to talk back to your teacher that way, which I never had problems with. It's just in that situation, I didn't know what to do. And I kind of laughed it off, but I found out it was because he'd overheard about where my family and I come from. That was it. All it took was for him to overhear a conversation by another set of students for him to think that I was a danger to my classmates. I didn't have a record. I didn't have any trouble in school. In fact, I was one of those students that was so obsessed with getting straight A's, I stayed up all night studying. I was in the IB program. I graduated. I went to college, and somehow I ended up here. And so when we talk about bills like this, and you've heard from my other colleagues as well, about how we continue to think that by further criminalizing students and further surveilling them and further doing all these things that will somehow fix the problems of our generations. I don't think we will. In fact, I think the more we harden our schools, the more we harden our hearts, the more that we continue to perpetuate this lack of trust, this lack of care, the more that we are unable to address the most fundamental reasons behind child neglect, the more we are going to see these issues. So I don't want to belabor the point. I just wanted to make sure that you all understood why some of us are going to be opposing this piece of legislation. It's not because we don't care. It's not because we don't want to prevent any further tragedies. It's not even because we don't think that there aren't any good policies in this bill. It's just because I know that sometimes we want to rush and make sure we get something done, anything done, that we inadvertently hurt the most vulnerable among us. So I hope you will reconsider. And if not, thank you for listening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Speaker Burns to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I come before you today to speak to one of the most important bills we will consider, I believe the most important bill that we will consider this session. The safety of our children, our school children, an obligation that I know each and every one of you in this room takes very, very seriously. First, I want to thank the two gentlemen and all of you who have worked on this bill. Representative Persinger, I know this is personal to you. Chairman Irwin, thank you for your time, your efforts, to hear from everyone in this community involved in this conversation. 65 pages of careful thought, put together a plan that I believe addresses the issues that have been spoken to by my colleagues here, and I very much respect their thoughts. Addresses the issues that I've heard from a lot of different sources. I believe this bill brings common sense to school safety, to security of our children. We're having a great conversation about literacy. You can't learn if you're not in a safe and secure environment. That's what we're about today. That's what this effort is about. You will be, in a few moments, given the opportunity to cast your vote again on one of the most impactful pieces of legislation that we begin the journey on, and that's on school safety. It's not the last time we will work on this issue. Our children demand that we address this issue. Thanks to this body, thanks to the governor, thanks to the Senate, the General Assembly has invested will invest $150 million into local control for school safety. That's a strong commitment. Thank you to the members of this body for standing strong. Your commitment, putting your dollars where your words are, ensuring that we reach out to all of the components of this problem: law enforcement, parents, and we've done that. We talked to parents from all over this country that have been impacted by the tragedies of school shootings. We visited with the parents and law enforcement from Appalachia and Barrow County, so we could understand exactly how we should address the issue. We visited with school boards, superintendents, administrators from every level, all of them committed to school safety. Today, we have an opportunity to be committed to school safety. Our children demand no less. Our future demands no less. Communications. Sure, communications are important. They're very important when the student transfers into a new school, and the receiving school does not have the information on that student. Not an invasion of privacy, but just information on how you deal with all the issues that young people can face today, that all people can face. There should be no stigma when it comes to mental health issues. This House has been committed and will continue to be committed to deal with mental health issues not only in schools but in our society. I'm proud of that, and I bet y'all are too. That effort will be no less in our school systems as we allow systems to communicate. Again, just good old common sense to know what the issues are and what steps need to be taken. I do believe that Georgia and Georgians have a bright future when it comes to education. I know that to be the case. That future, our future, your children, your grandchildren, my grandchildren, again, deserve no less than to be able to be dropped off at school by their parents, by their grandparents, with the surety that they will have a safe environment to learn during the day, and then to be picked up when school ends in the afternoon. This legislation will strengthen our mental health resources in our school systems, allowing our schools to work together, provide every student and what to help meet their needs when it comes to issues that may be impacting them at home and in school. I believe this legislation will usher in a new culture in our school systems where we run towards our children facing struggles, whether it be with mental health, because we've done that. We try to do that. But many times we've also run away from those issues. It's time we turn that around. We provide the resources. We're doing that. We will do that in our budgetary items that would strengthen those school resources. I see friends from all over the state that are in different levels of school administration that understand these issues. They've supported what these gentlemen have put together, what the committee has put together, what we've worked so hard on. I believe, again, it will provide, this legislation, provide every child in this state with a safe and secure method to secure their concerns. I truly believe that's the case. In addition, it will keep Georgia students safe. And as members of this body, I don't believe we have any higher obligation, if you will, no higher calling than to do just that. Madam Speaker, I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The chair recognizes Chairman Irwin for the chairman's time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first begin today by telling you, rarely in this chamber do we get the opportunity to save lives. This bill gives you the opportunity to save lives, and we need to do that in today's environment. Let me tell you, in my whole career in education, I've witnessed it not only as a student, but as an educator, how difficult it is to learn. And how much more difficult it is to learn if it's not a secure environment. We must secure the environment of all of our schools. We must have plans. We must be prepared. Then we must move on to educating the children to the level that we expect every single day for our teachers to work. I'm going to ask you to vote yes on this bill to save lives. And those lives, after you vote on this bill, you won't even know you saved it, because the team stepped up and were proactive with the situation. And they were able to either prevent it or catch it before it got in the door and created the violence that are so often seen within our schools today. I'm going to say it again. Our students deserve a safe and secure environment. What this bill does, because I've heard quite a bit about what it doesn't do and who it doesn't look at and who maybe they thought it looked at, but it assists students with the mental health and the behavioral health that they need. We're putting coordinators in there for the first time in school, and they're going to connect kids to services that they need when they're in crisis. School systems have been asking for this, and they've been paying for it for themselves for years, and bringing in groups and bringing in the expertise. We're putting together the agencies that have the expertise in this state to come coordinate with teams, work with teams to secure that environment. That could be GMA, that could be the sheriffs, that could be GBI. All these groups are not only communicating for the first time together as a team, but they're coming in to secure that environment. One most important thing I think this bill does, it provides for the transfer of student data between schools at a very accurate, good measure by which we know those students that are moving between schools, how we can help them immediately when they come in the door. Not 2 or 3 weeks later when part of the records come in, but immediately when they come in the door. It develops that team I talked about, which is a behavioral threat assessment management team at each individual school that can set a threat level and decide, is that a credible threat, or is that just to sit down with that student and have a conversation threat? That is preventative, folks, just like the mental health is preventable. And we can deal with it when it comes in. And then we can assist those children through it well before they get their hand on any violence inside their mind. Colleagues, I can tell you, I absolutely hated to have to travel around this state today talking about this topic. And it was because of what I had seen that occurred not only in Barrow County in that school system, but what I had seen some in my career. But I will tell you, the educators, all the agencies that we dealt with, that we called in, behavioral health, GMA, everybody sat down and developed a plan that will work. We didn't leave anybody out. We asked everybody to get together. And I could see it in the hearts of the people in the room that are parents, that are grandparents. Hey, it's all about protecting our kids. And we need to do what it takes today to support that team to protect our kids in the future and save lives that you don't even know you've saved. So colleagues, I can't get more clear than this. Save a life today. Vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Hearing none, the Rules Committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? So I'm doing, who's first? Have all members voted? For what purposes, Representative Campbell rise?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, while I support this sincere and solid first step in protecting our students, but as respectfully the speaker pointed out of 65 pages, 20,240 words on 2,377 lines, the number of times a gun or guns is mentioned is 0. The number of times a firearm or firearms mentioned is 0. And the number of times a shooting mentioned is 0. The number of times gun safety training is mentioned is 0. And is it not true that we still have an enormous opportunity ahead of us to make this bill exponentially stronger with additional work and hearings in this session to implement gun safety storage?
I'm sure the lady believes very strongly in what she just stated, and this is, as I said, this is a step in the right direction, and we are hopefully these members of this body will be committed to school safety in this bill, House Bill 268, and we'll give you a chance to show that support in just a moment. For what purpose does Representative Glaze rise?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the minority members of the Education Committee was able to put in over 8 major amendments to this bill?
The lady was there every step of the way, and I'm sure she knows exactly what she's referencing, and as many people in this state, in this country, in this body had input in this bill. Thank you for your inquiry. For what purpose?
Additional question.
One more inquiry, yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that the hearts and minds of this assembly is directed to the care and the support and the safety of the children of Georgia? And is it not true that this bill is a step in the right direction?
100%. I agree with the lady. For what purpose does the majority leader rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that House Bill 268 will provide for the safety and well-being of Georgia's students, as well as the distinguished chairman said, will save lives?
The gentleman knows of what he speaks. Parliamentary inquiry from a gentleman who knows about education. For what purpose does Representative Townsend rise?
Speaker Burns, parliamentary question.
State your inquiry, sir.
Is it not true this just goes a long way towards school safety? This starts from communication. It was a team effort by community members, by teachers, by staff, by superintendents, by RISA folks, by GMA, and many other professional organizations to help keep our kids safe.
The gentleman knows of what he speaks. He spent a lifetime in education. Have all members now voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 268, the yeas are 159, the nays are 13. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Congratulations. Your people back home appreciate you, and as do all Georgians. Thank you for your persistence, Representative Persinger. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 551, 551?
House Bill 551 by Representative Ridley the Sixth to be entitled an act to amend Title 40 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to motor vehicles and traffic so as to provide for conditions, procedures, and limitations for issuance of temporary operating permits for motor vehicles. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Jason Ridley is recognized to present House Bill 551.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is out to fix a problem that we've been working on for 4 or 5 years now, and it's got to do with the temporary operating permits, the little stickers that whenever you see new cars, and also the misuse and illegal handling of dealer tags. I know y'all have all seen it around, people driving around in Ferraris and everything else with a dealer tag on them. And what this bill right here seeks to do is stop that. We've had a number of occasions where people come to Georgia, they get a dealer license, they go back to New York, New Jersey. That's kind of the hub where this is happening at. They'll print out the dealer tags, the little stickers like you bought a new car, and they're using those to get around and using crimes and stuff, and they're selling those for $150 or $250 a piece to criminal organizations. So what this does is this is going to basically move some of the parts of it under the Department of Revenue, the used car dealer board, where they'll have access to VIN numbers to be able to track these. It also prevents brokers. If you're a true broker, meaning that you don't actually hold a title to a car, you're just the in-between person between a buyer and a seller, you won't be able to get a used car tag. And that kind of is what the bill does, and I appreciate y'all's favorable consideration. If I have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Excellent job. You have no questions.
Thank you. I yield well.
We do have a speaker on the bill, Representative Todd P. Waves. Excellent choice. Gentlemen yielded the well. We don't have any speakers, so is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 551, the yeas are 168, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 235.
House Bill 235 by Representative Townsend in the 179th to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 1 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to education so as to require employers or school employees to provide leaves of absence for the donation of bone marrow and organs. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Townsend is recognized to present the bill. The gentleman from the coast. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present this bill as a kidney donor myself. But this bill cleans up a bill a few years ago you guys passed before I was here. It allowed state employees to donate an organ and get paid time off for it. Somehow, teachers were left out. We've been talking a lot about education today, but teachers, educators were left out. So this bill allows secondary and post-secondary educators to donate an organ and get paid time leave off. It's 30 days for an organ donorship, such as a kidney, like I did for my daughter, and 7 days for bone marrow. And that's, Speaker Burns, is the bill, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
Good job. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of the bill, House Bill 235, the yeas are 173, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 225?
House Bill 225 by Representative Washburn of the 144th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 14 and Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to speed detection devices so as to repeal all laws relative to enforcement of speeding violations in school zones through the use of automated traffic enforcement safety devices. This bill I have referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Washburn is recognized to present the bill. Give the gentleman your attention, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me say I appreciate very much.
If you give the gentleman your attention, there's a lot of communication, a lot of discussion. Proceed now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to express my appreciation to you for letting me bring this bill and present it to the House. House Bill 225 seeks to repeal the use of automated school cameras in school zones in Georgia. This bill seeks to reverse the bill that was passed in 2018, which was well-intentioned, but the evidence clearly shows now that this bill or the operation of these cameras has not improved public safety, but have instead become a highly profitable revenue stream for private corporations and local governments. The evidence is they do not improve safety, that corporations take a massive cut of the revenue, and that it is often seen as very unfair ticketing that preys sometimes on the least able in our society to pay these fines. The other issue is there's a lack of due process. There's some constitutional concerns that have been expressed repeatedly, and the truth is our people, when they're ticketed, have no way to contest the tickets. We believe there are better alternatives for public safety. Let me just tell you, I want to go off on my written comments for a minute and just tell you my history with this and why I've become so passionate about it. Before I tell you that, Chairman Allen Powell will be presenting a bill in a few minutes that is more of a fix-it bill to add guardrails to try to correct some of the problems that exist. I will be voting yes on Chairman Powell's bill. I believe that my bill is a good proposal to ban these school cameras, and I'm going to plead my case with you for that. But I will be voting yes on Chairman Powell's bill because I want us to send two bills to the Senate and hope that we can get something done to address this problem. Let me give you the history. A couple of years ago, or about over a year ago, I began to get complaints from constituents about these school zone cameras and ticketing they were receiving. At first, I thought they were just folks who were mad because they got a ticket. And then a weekly newspaper in our area, the Monroe County Macon Reporter, began to do some investigative work. And I discovered that in Bibb County, that they had issued fines or had collected fines of $6.5 million. And I began to hear more and more complaints from my constituents about it. So as I began to investigate that, I decided I wanted to introduce a bill to call for the ban of these cameras. When I did that, I then discovered that it was not just a Macon issue, it was a statewide issue, and the evidence is overwhelming. By the work of two television stations in Atlanta, done a lot of investigative work. ANF, I believe it is, and Fox 5 have done a lot of investigative work. Last year, one of those stations did some work that showed, and they documented, that $112 million had been collected across Georgia. $112 million over a year ago. So today, we think, I believe, that we can safely say that fines have been issued at a level of in excess of $200 million. The school zone cameras are taking a percentage of that. Using a conservative estimate, they've probably taken $50 million out of Georgia and put it into their pockets. Ladies and gentlemen, the stories abound about the unfairness of the ticketing and how it operates and how it works. It is unfair, and when someone has an unpaid ticket, they won't be able to renew their tag. After I made the announcement that I was going to drop a bill to ban these cameras, I had an email from a lady in Macon, and she said, "Thank you so much for doing this. I work with a lot of low-income people. I've had to help 4 ladies recently pay their fines. One of them could not get their tag renewed because of an unpaid fine." Ladies and gentlemen, I told the majority leader in the conversation one day about it. I said, "Mr. Leader, I've had one of these tickets." I said, "But I can afford to pay the $100. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to look up here for a minute. This is what I used to do when I taught real estate. When something was important, I'd say, "Please look up here for a minute." I can afford to pay the $100. But there's a lot of little Waffle House waitresses and cleaning ladies and construction workers and even some school teachers who have a hard time paying that $100 fine. And for them, that's $100 that might be needed to feed their children. Ladies and gentlemen, it is wrong to allow these camera companies to take the kind of money they're taking out of Georgia. It is wrong for them to be taking the money out of the pockets of Georgians who are often entrapped with these school zone cameras. It is also wrong that they're taking the kind of money they're taking out to put into their corporate pockets. I urge you to vote with me, or to vote for this bill, to ban the school zone cameras in Georgia. I ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. Speaker, I will yield for any questions.
The gentleman has a couple of questions. Representative Griffin, to your right, is recognized for a question. Representative Griffin.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
Isn't it true that you and I represent 2 of the counties in legislative district?
Yes, we do.
And isn't it true that I support you on this bill for a number of reasons, and one of those reasons is that we don't know where the money is going to, and that there are a number of things that should be done and put in place to make this, from the standpoint of the lights and the speed zones and et cetera, if we want to make that something that should be in the school zones, then it should be better than what we're seeing, at least in our area.
That is a good assessment, Senator. I appreciate your comments. Chairman Powell's bill that will be coming in a minute does seek to rein in some of the problems, and as I said earlier, I will vote yes on his bill. But I do believe that the best course of action is to ban these cameras in Georgia. Another question, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir. The gentleman yield. Representative Al Williams to your left, right up front, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely, for my friend.
Is it not true that had it not been for your effort and your tenacity, that this discussion would not be going on?
Well, you're kind to observe that. I won't take all the credit. I appreciate the Speaker letting me bring the bill and others who have spoken for that.
Is it, will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Is it not further true that I don't know what's going to happen, but something is going to happen? Far too many Georgians have spent money when there was no problem during 2 o'clock in the day about children being on the streets. So no matter what happens here, thank you for your effort in making this a major conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, and thank you for mentioning that. I did not spend much time on the abuses, but there are many abuses, and they're reported often. Thank you for that comment.
Wilt Park is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do, for the whip.
Representative, is it not true that while I appreciate your passion, as I've shared with you earlier, I think this bill goes too far in repealing all school zone cameras? And is it not further true that I think there may be a rule substitute on our desk that may be something that provides appropriate safeguards to, again, ensure that our schools and our school zones and the children in them are protected? Is that not true?
It is true that I believe it is best to ban them. It is also true there's another bill coming that seeks to rein them in. And I should say also, I am never suggesting that every community that is using these cameras is abusing them the way some are. But I do believe that at taking $200 million, what the estimate is, and it's a good estimate, I think we cannot allow them to be used in some communities where they are not being abused, and the rest of Georgia be penalized at the rate they're being penalized for that.
Gentleman, yield for another question or so?
Yes, sir, I will.
Representative Saines is recognized for a question to your left there, Representative Washburn.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not true that I appreciate that the reason for the gentleman to bring this up is because of its misuse, but that these public safety tools do have the potential to ensure that officers aren't on the street ensuring traffic laws are followed, and instead in the school system ensuring that our targets are hardening and out in the service in our community responding to calls?
I believe I understand the question, and that is that these cameras can be used effectively to prevent the need for police officers there. I will say that the evidence is clear. There are ways to control speed in school zones, and often the case of flashing lights, warning lights. The trouble is often tickets are being written when the lights are not flashing, and so there are abuses there in place. But thank you for the question.
Representative Dawson is recognized for a question to your left, Representative Washburn.
Thank you.
Yes, does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not true that I shared with you in my city, the city of South Fulton, which actually raises the most funds of any municipality using these cameras? Is it not true that I shared with you that I was on the scene the day that a young middle school student was killed by a speeding driver, and that we have since initiated cameras that prevent these type of accidents?
I don't recall that you shared that with me, but certainly it is a terrible tragedy whenever a child is killed. But I must say that there is little evidence that the cameras would have prevented that tragedy.
Thank you.
Gentleman has a couple more questions. Yield is the.
I'll be glad to take them, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hefner, right up to your left in the back, is recognized for a question.
Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that I support this bill because as the Motor Vehicle Registration Director in Richmond County, you and I had conversations about how much time and how much money was allocated for me to hire outside attorneys to unmangle these situations when those cameras issue tickets in error to residents in my county, sir.
Yes, ma'am, that is true. Thank you for your support.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman has one more question. Representative Scott, to your right, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I would like to thank you for bringing this bill, and I have one question. Mr. Speaker, it is to you. Representative Edna Jackson and I would like to vote twice on this bill because we have had 2 tickets. $100.
I think the lady needs to slow down, is what I'm thinking.
No, Mr. Speaker, one before school started and one after school ended. But we would just like to vote twice on these bills, and we would feel some type of satisfaction. Thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you.
Gentleman has, she'll have to vote of conscience, is all I can tell her. Gentleman has no further questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your patience in allowing so many questions. And ladies and gentlemen of the House, thank you for listening to me on this bill, and I would ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you very much. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Parrish rise? Representative Parrish. She waves. For what purpose does Representative Dickey rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that one time this state had a city called Ludewissi that had a terrible reputation and brought the speed trap in this state, and this body had to take measures to reduce it and stop it? Is that not true?
Why are you looking at Trooper Hitchens on that deal? I think he's in that picture down there. And I'm sure the gentleman knows of what he speaks. For what purpose does Representative Evans rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that school cameras have been responsible for a 92% decrease in speeding around schools, and that I don't understand a body that is so dedicated to school safety passing this legislation, especially when we know that there's a piece of legislation that we're going to also get to vote on that doesn't throw the baby out with the bathwater and just puts reasonable parameters around what is a very good idea to protect our kids. And if people are mad that they're getting tickets, maybe they shouldn't speed in front of our babies.
I'm sure the lady knows and believes in what she speaks. For what purpose does Representative Chairman DeLoach rise?
Inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry, sir.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that what Representative Chairman Dickey referred to as absolutely ancient history and the absolute finest people in the state of Georgia live in Ludewissi, Georgia?
I can't argue with that. Since you represent them, we want you to come back. For what purpose does Chairlady Cooper rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that sometimes when we consider bills that are, and when we're had to solve a problem that we're having across our state, that sometimes we go too far from one side to the other? Instead of solving the problem and finding a compromise, we just throw the problem out. And I am thankful that we have another bill coming forth. It's on our desk that has a more reasonable approach to try to really solve the problem and still take care of the safety factor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sure, the lady knows what she speaks of. Now, all members voted. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 225, the yeas are 129, the nays are 37. This bill having received a requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 651, 651?
House Bill 651 by Representative Powell, the 33rd, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 14, and Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to speed detection devices, so as to revise provisions relative to the use of automated traffic enforcement safety devices in school zones. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Thank you, members. Chairman Powell is recognized to present House Bill 651. Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. You know, that's going to be a hard act to follow. But I would certainly like to preface my comments before I go into the bill on this. You know, I appreciate my colleague, Representative Washburn. And I told people when a lot of folks were asking me why he was going to the extreme of banning these machines or this process with the cameras. And I told him that, I said, if I lived in his district where they had plucked $6.5 million out of the economy, I'd probably be doing the same thing. I probably wouldn't be near as patient as he's been. But I will tell you, a lot of y'all have been here a while, have heard me say this, but we meet on the second Monday of every January to fix bills that don't work, that's gone awry. And I'll have to take his word for it, but in 2018, we passed this bill as a matter of school safety to give local law enforcement a tool that they could use with these cameras as a civil citation. Granted, there was a lot of things over the years that's changed that made this even worse and not acceptable to the public. Now, before I go any further, I want to thank the folks in my district, because ain't a damn place got a red light school zone camera in the 3 counties that I represent. But we have one that's just outside the district, and I know from where he speaks about the unfairness of this. The original bill had a lot of parameters on it that got taken away over the years through different forms. So then what we've got to here with 651 is a second choice. Representative Washburn has got one to ban, and this is one that's got a lot of strict parameters. It puts these back into play as a tool for law enforcement. And I'm going to go over this bill carefully, but before I do it, I want to tell you why we're doing 2 bills and why the leadership has ushered 2 bills out. I worked with the former chairman of public safety over the last couple of years, Representative Collins, and out of public safety, we tried to fix this bill. We tried to fix this process, and we sent a couple of bills over to the Senate, and they didn't do anything. They did nothing. They were basically tossed in the trash, and nothing was done. He didn't run for re-election, and somehow I got drafted into bringing this bill up. When I say drafted, I almost feel like I needed one of them gun safes to hide the gun from me to keep from shooting myself. But I want to go over this bill with you, and I want y'all to pay attention, because I'm going to try to go through section and line to line on this bill so that y'all will understand the parameters that we put in. And between the 2 bills, if this bill is fortunate enough to pass, along with Representative Washburn's, then we'll send 2 bills over to the state Senate, because we've heard the words that come out of the Senate that they've got no appetite for banning anything. So we want to give them a second choice, and that's what 651 is all about, ladies and gentlemen of the bill. School zone safety cameras. Section 1 defines the school zones between the state master order and local school systems, and this would depend, according to council, whether it's on a state highway or not. Section 2, 500 foot, you put a sign, they'll have to put a sign 500 feet
prior to the warnings, and these signs will include not just that 4x30 signpost, but it's got to have flashing yellow lights, and in this they'll have to have one of these radar or speed detectors to warn the people when they're coming into a speed zone how fast they're running. That should be a help, hopefully. The signs are very straightforward with the flashing lights, and these signs have to be on, clearly on, before citation can be issued. Section 4, 35% rule. You know, I don't want to get into talking about Ludowici, but in an earlier life, we had a governor who put up signs down in Ludowici declaring a speed trap. And over the period of years, this legislature over the years put in what was called a 35% rule. And the 35% rule basically says that if a local jurisdiction raises more than 35% of their revenue, if they raise more than 35% of their revenue, then they are subject to lose their ability by public safety taking a good look at what they're doing. So the 35% rule has put into effect into this bill, which a lot of people had asked about doing. Section 5 does something that I don't know why it was never done to start with, but in this state, on radar, the only people who can tag you with a ticket for the exact speed on radar is the Georgia State Patrol. We have what's called the 10% rule, always had it in Georgia, and that's that if you're running whatever that speed limit is, you've got an extra 10 miles an hour variance. And that's what we put into this. So if a speed zone is 15, you would go 25. If it's 25, it'd be a 35 mile an hour before you're cited in this. So we put that in the same system that we do the radar with the 10 mile an hour variance. Probably one of the most important parts of this, we know that all the complaints have come of people have gotten these citations in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, different times other than what's supposed to be. But we're clearly saying again when these cameras are eligible to be run. 1 hour before school, 1 hour after it convenes, and in the afternoon the same. So we have a 4-hour gap, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, and that's pretty clearly spelled out in this bill. On line 101, this deals with 4 lanes. A lot of people had asked questions about the 4-lane highways. This gives the Department of Public Safety and DOT the right to take a look at these 4-lane highways if it's on the state highway. Next, we get on down into on line 111, the monetary fine. First offense is $75, second offense is $125, and we have stricken that $25 admin fee that we never could figure out what that went to, except just to raise more money. So your fines are clearly spelled out. No add-ons, no admin fees or anything else. If you'll look on the money, well, let's go on to the next line. On line 120, this defines what agency is sending you out a citation. And remember, these are civil citations, not traffic citations. But on that, they have to clearly spell on the envelope, and it's got to be displayed on the envelope which city, county, including any seal that they may have, so that there's no mistake whenever you would get that notice in the mail. On 144 through 146, your rights is clearly spelled out, and if you'll see on that line that you have a right to contest the liability by contracting your local court. Very clearly spelled out. Due process was always involved in this process, but I think that it was a convenience matter to a lot of people that they didn't want to take it to court if they had got a citation, because most people probably realized in a lot of cases they might have been speeding. But in this, it clearly spells out, take it to your court. If you go to line 212 and let that go down to somewhere like 235, I don't know when it was added in state law, but somewhere over the period of time in the last 57 years, there was a clause that was put in that said if you received one of these civil citations and you didn't remediate that citation, that citation was turned over to the Revenue Department, and you couldn't get get your tags or titles. We have stricken all of that language, so it'll no longer go to the Revenue Department for any of these civil citations. If you look on line 241, and I'm going to tell you what this does before I get into where the money is going to be split. We have described what is a school safety purpose. School safety purposes for public, private, elementary, secondary schools that enhance and ensure the protection of students, staff, visitors to such a school, including but not limited to access control systems, communication systems, cybersecurity measures, perimeter systems, surveillance systems, visitor management systems, employment of crossing guards, safety protocol training. Now I say that for your attention because when we get down to the real gist of everything, it's always about that saying, follow the money. And the follow the money is the local jurisdictions won't be able to keep the bulk of that money anymore. They will divide that up into half. 50% of all money will go to school safety within their school jurisdictions. And they'll have to show that every year of every quarter because they'll have to report it on their website, and they'll have to report what schools and how much money is being sent to them. Mr. Speaker, that's the gist of the bill. There's a lot of guardrails. There's a lot of parameters put on here. I tell people over the years to ban something there's never been a success in banning. It's always about putting the proper guardrails and the parameters on things. What happened in this legislature over the years, it started out as an idea for school safety, and it got out of hand. I've heard everything in the world about the companies that provide these cameras to everything else, but at the end of the day, what we have found is that roughly 70% of all the money that has come in has gone to the local cities and counties that run these speed zone cameras. So if you look at this, ladies and gentlemen, with a 10-mile variance that puts them under the same guardrails as the State Patrol and any radar citation, and you put all this other stuff together, send this over to the Senate. That way we will have sent two bills. Representative Washburn's bill to ban, and this one with extreme guardrails to clean it up the way it should be, to give the Senate an option to look, to let it be known that this House of Representatives is very serious about dealing with this problem and this issue. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a presentation on this bill. I'll again thank Representative Washburn for making an issue. You know, we'd made an issue over the years with Representative Collins to no avail. We understand through the grapevine that they have no appetite for a ban over in the Senate. So hopefully with two bills that go forward, hopefully with these two bills that you will see the Senate actually deal with this issue and come up with some ideas as they should have done a few years ago. Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to stand for questions.
Well, you have a couple.
I'm sure I do.
I want to recognize the Minority Leader of this House, Representative Carolyn Hughley from over in Columbus, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Isn't it true that it's unusual that we would send two bills on the same subject on the same day over from this House to the Senate?
You could probably say that, but you know, we have to deal with the state Senate. You know,
I hadn't seen it in all these years.
The great state of Utah has the infinite wisdom that they have a unicameral form of government, but we have a state Senate that we deal with.
Would you further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true I've never seen us yield to the Senate and imply that the Senate could make a better decision than the House?
Still, it's got to go through the Senate. It takes two to tango.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Certainly.
Chairman Corbett, to your right, is recognized for a question. Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that we sent both of these bills to the Senate last year, even though, not back to back, but we did send them both last year?
We did. We sent two bills over there that would clean up this red light, this speed zone camera, and they didn't. So maybe out of these two bills, this might get their attention.
Gentleman, to your left, Representative Mary Frances Williams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill. I'm lucky to be in an area where our speed cameras are turned off when school's not in, and in the summer they're totally turned off. So we're lucky in that way. We haven't had the abuses, and although I am sensitive to the fact that other communities are seeing those abuses. But the other reason I'm grateful to you for offering us options is in Marietta and Cobb, our high school is on Dallas Highway 120, and if anybody has ever driven that's a major highway, and without speed cameras to slow things down a little bit during those few hours, it would be a really dangerous situation. And we've got other areas like that. An area like Marietta and Cobb, we have schools that are in on major busy roads, and speed cameras have helped protect our children. So I'm grateful to you for bringing this and for offering options, and I hate to see us turn away from anything that protects children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is it not true?
The only comment I would make that a lot of jurisdictions do it the right way, but there's so many that don't do it the right way. So many jurisdictions have opted out that this is a money maker for their various and sundry departments. So that being said, this would clean it up for all departments.
Mr. Chairman, you have a couple more, if I can recognize them.
Yes, sir.
Representative Yasmin Neal, to your left, is recognized for a question. To your left, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to the Speaker. Thank you to the Chair. Thank you for the bill. Is it not true that in my county, in my district, I've had countless erroneous tickets issued to my citizens, to include those that are in lower income communities, and they've had a lot of trouble getting them rectified as they've received these tickets far outside of the necessary hours. So I do have a few questions in relation to the bill itself. If you look at lines 85, you have to go to all of them. I'll just tell you what it is. Line 85, 108, 130, 137, 151, 153. We remove photographically. And for instance, like on 153, law enforcement is to review photographic images to determine guilt or innocence. My question is, if we're removing photographic, what is law enforcement supposed to use to determine guilt or innocence in these moments? So
Legislative Council chose to do that to clean up the bill. My understanding is that these cameras take a snapshot, and these photographs are on a laptop or a video screen of some sort.
Yes.
And that's where the images are broadcast back to the offender.
Yes, so granted, I do support both the bills. I just find that we might have trouble if we don't clarify a definition, or if we remove photographically and don't put what we are replacing the photograph with. We might have trouble, so it might be necessary to adjust in the future.
I'm not sure how they define what the legal definition is of photographic, but these are images that are taken by these cameras.
Yes, but we removed photographic in this bill.
That's how the council wrote it. I don't think that it removed it. I think that it's so these photographs are made, or the images are then cast over the computer, and that's how they take those images and send them out.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
And remember that the local law, part of the part of the process is the local law enforcement agencies are supposed to review every one of these. And quite frankly, we know of a lot of cases that they haven't.
Yeah, so granted, I support the bill. I'm just making a recommendation as we move forward that might be a good fix.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, we have a legal authority that may have an opinion on that part.
Love to hear it.
Representative Leverett is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
To the lady's question, my dear friend's question over there, is it not true that a photographic image would not necessarily include a digitally recorded or created image, and thus that is for the reason for the striking of that language?
If the gentleman so states, because that's the reason you're an attorney and I'm a real estate broker.
As I'm sure it's a source of great pride for your mother, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I am, and as you are yours.
Mr. Chairman, we need, if you don't mind, one more question from the gentleman who needs to defend himself on that Ludowici situation. Chairman Hitchens, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that even though you get a civil citation and you have to pay a fine, you don't get any points assessed on your driver's license like you would with another speeding citation?
You are correct. Mr. Speaker, I hope I've answered most of the questions. I think everybody in here they know what the drill is on this. We have two distinct different bills, but both are hoping to get us to the same solution. One is to ban them in this entirety, and the other one puts some very rigid guardrails around them to send them over to the Senate to see if the committees over there will take a look at them and realize how serious this House is. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the will and ask for your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Hearing none, the Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 651, the yeas are 164, the nays are 8. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 322, 322?
House Bill 322 by Representative Hawkins, the 27th, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 11 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to dentists, dental hygienists, and dental assistants, so as to revise provisions regarding the Georgia Board of Dentistry. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Hawkins is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 322 deals with an issue that we face across the state, and that is an increased population and need for health care. To keep up with that health care, we have been increasing the number of students at our dental school at a pretty rapid rate. We are unfortunately in a situation now where we only have 80% of the needed clinical faculty. So what this bill does is allow the dean to send a letter of recommendation for a teaching faculty position per person to the Board of Dentistry, and this person has a license either out of the country or out of the state or another territory. But the dean must recommend the person, and then the Board of Dentistry approve this person teaching our dental schools. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I'll stand for any questions.
There are no questions.
Oh, good. Then I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 169, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 179. House Bill 179.
House Bill 179 by Representative Smith of the 18th and others being entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 6 of Title 5 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to appellate practice so as to provide for the digital recording of certain trial proceedings. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Smith to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'll try not to blow everybody's hair back with this one. Madam Pro Tem, members of this body, this is a bill that the Judicial Council has brought to us with recommendations. This would be an expansion of digital recording in courts here in the state of Georgia. And so basically what it comes down to, the nuts and bolts of it, as far as our felony trials, the digital recording systems could be used in place of court reporters for felony trials, except those cases that involve any of our 10 deadlies. Misdemeanor trials may also be digitally recorded at the judge's discretion in addition to those felony cases I just outlined. Civil cases in Superior Court, City Courts, and Georgia Statewide Business Court may also be digitally recorded instead of stenographically transcribed. Under this substitute as passed, it would expand the permitted recording methods for depositions beyond that stenographic transcription. The caveat being that this would have to be signed off on and certified by a certified court reporter. That, Madam Speaker, is the short and skinny of it, and I'll yield for any questions.
There are no questions.
Thank you. I'll yield the well and ask this body's favorable consideration.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 169, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 339. House Bill 339.
House Bill 339 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others be titled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 1 of Title 40 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to motor carriers so as to exempt ride-share drivers or ride-share network services from the definition of motor carrier. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Leverett to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, I was just debating with the Appropriations Chairman about the wisdom of the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm once again in front of you. This bill, House Bill 339, I'm asking your support for. It simply confirms existing law with regard to the vicarious liability or lack thereof of vicarious liability of rideshare network services for the acts of their drivers. This basically means because they are independent contractors. That was a bill that Chairman Jones had a few years ago. Independent contractors are do not create liability for the employer, unlike full-time employees. That is already existing law. This just puts it in a different place in code. To make sure potential plaintiffs are aware of it, and also it would help with the rates charged by the insurers. This is something they've requested. GTLA is fine with it. Again, it doesn't change existing law. We're just confirming existing law at one more prominent place in the code. So would appreciate your support, and I'm glad to. Oh, but one other thing, there's Section 1. Since we were in Title 40, the Legislative Council wanted to clean up that definition of elderly or disabled passenger. So that's simply just cleanup. That was not really an initial part of the bill. It was just something we agreed to put in there to sort of dress that definition up while we're in that particular title. So that's the bill, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
There are no questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Greatly appreciate your support for House Bill 339. Madam Speaker, I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 166, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 219. House Bill 219.
House Bill 219 by Representative Stevens, the 164th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to professions and businesses so as to authorize the Georgia Composite Board of Professional Counselors, Social Workers, and Marriage and Family Therapists to establish a professional health program. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Stevens to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 219 may look familiar to it. It was word for word the bill that we passed last year. It was late, got hung up in the Senate, and we never got a chance to get it back over here. What this does is it allows the Georgia Board of Nursing to establish a professional health program and provide monitoring and rehab for impaired healthcare professionals, specifically nurses. This works exactly the same way that pharmacists, doctors, and dentists currently use a program to, whenever there's an impaired physical or mental or chemical, to allow these folks to get some help, turn in their license, get some help for their program, monitoring these folks, and then get them back into the profession. That's what the bill does, Mr. Speaker. It passed out last year. I'd appreciate your favorable consideration, and I'll yield for questions.
There are no questions.
I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 168, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 200. House Bill 200.
House Bill 200 by Representative Bazemore of the 69th and others to be titled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to elementary and secondary education, so as to provide for the State Board of Education to establish a 3-year pilot immersive writing program for eligible public elementary schools. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The chair recognizes Representative Bazemore to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise to present House Bill 200. In House Bill 200, Section 1, it outlines how the state of Georgia and this House will support the disabled community and disabled students of Georgia. Starting in July of 2027, any new elementary school built in the state of Georgia with a playground will have an enhanced minimum set of standards for such playground. This bill provides an engaging play space with age and ability appropriate levels of challenge and offers opportunities for children of all abilities to succeed, regardless of physical and intellectual attributes. Further, this measure calls for a sensory diverse environment that enables children of all abilities to develop physically, socially, and emotionally. Section 2 outlines that the State Board of Education will establish a 3-year pilot immersive writing program for students grades 2 to 5 to improve students' literacy skills. It provides funding for all public school students in grades 2 to 5 to participate in this program. This writing program is aligned with the current writing standards established by the State Board of Education and could be integrated into existing curricula. Each school will be required to submit an application in order to participate in the program. This program will actually create entrepreneurs. And let me explain that just a little bit. I think you remember last year I brought down a gentleman that has a program that now he has over 200 children in the state of Georgia and beyond that have written their own books and that have gotten them published. Well, this book here is entitled A Different Kind of Hero, and an 11-year-old is the one that wrote this book, and my granddaughter illustrated the entire book. And this book, you can purchase it on Amazon. The best part about this is that the young lady that wrote the book, she gets all the profits of the book. So let's help all of our children in school to do the same. And I'm asking, if I have no questions, I'm asking for you all to become a different kind of hero and vote favorably for this bill.
The lady does have questions. The chair recognizes Representative Cannon for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you yield?
I do.
Would you say this is an opportunity for us to celebrate one-of-a-kind occasion where we're creating a pilot program that will really help with the literacy and writing rates in our schools?
It definitely will, and I thank you for the question.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dubnik for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the lady yield?
I do.
Is it not true that the idea for these inclusive and accessible playgrounds came out of the organization called Hope for Hall that originated in Hall County?
It did, and I thank you for your assistance.
The Chair recognizes Representative Jones of the 143rd District for a question.
Thank you, Speaker.
To your left.
Okay.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Is it not true that this bill will help expand a successful writing program, thereby enriching our children's education experience and boosting their writing levels?
Yes, it will.
Thank you for this bill.
And if I can add something, we are so used to our children using their devices. However, this program will allow them to put pen to paper again and to really work from the beginning.
Chair recognizes Representative McQueen for a question.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Is it not true that the School Board of Education provides pilot programs to our local school systems and that we should celebrate an occasion when we can measurably increase the writing proficiency amongst Georgia children?
Definitely. It is about literacy.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
once we educate our children, they will go on to be productive citizens.
Does the gentlelady further yield?
Yes.
Is this your first bill?
It is.
All right now.
There are no more questions.
Thank you. I appreciate your favorable support, and I yield the well.
The lady yields the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Sharper rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I was here when the publisher and the author and her granddaughter, which is the illustrator, was here, and I was so impressed that me and her granddaughter are actually working on a book as we speak because I saw that. Thank you so much.
I'm sure the gentleman knows of which he speaks. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 167. The nays were 2. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 175. House Bill 175.
House Bill 175 by Representative Jones, the 25th, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1A of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to early care and learning, so as to revise provisions regarding employee comprehensive background checks for early care and education programs and Head Start programs. This bill I referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
We'll give it a second. Chair recognizes Chairman Jones to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel bad breaking the celebration for Representative Bazemore. No, please. No, great bill. Are you timing me? Well, given the fact that I gave my seatmates a commitment on the time of my presentation, I want to get going while they're still celebrating with Representative Bazemore. I come to you with House Bill 175. Members, this is a cleanup bill for decal. What it essentially does, it provides us the ability to get in line with the federal law, with the FBI around background checks. Decal does about 70,000 of them a year, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Madam Speaker, that's the end of my summary.
There are no questions.
I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 170, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 238. House Bill 238.
House Bill 238 by Representative Lumsden of the 12th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to employment and training of police officers so as to require the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council to create and maintain an at-risk adult training course focusing on officer response to individuals with Alzheimer's disease or dementia. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Lumsden to present the bill.
Madam Speaker, members of the House, I bring to you House Bill 238. This is a bill that authorizes the creation of a course of training at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center to help our first responders know how to deal with those folks they encounter that have dementia or Alzheimer's related illness. This request comes from the Alzheimer's Association and has the support of the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. The reason the bill is needed is because there is an appropriation component. Madam Chairman, that's the bill, and I would greatly appreciate your favorable consideration. I'll stand for any questions.
The gentleman has a question.
Yes.
The chair recognizes Representative Cannon for a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you yield?
I do.
Do those adults living with dementia and Alzheimer's have a higher rate or risk of being abused or neglected?
I assume that they would. The bill specifically doesn't address that, but that is certainly a situation that could exist, and this is for the purpose of public safety first responders to be able to deal with them in an appropriate way.
There are no more questions.
I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 171, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 432. House Bill 432.
House Bill 432 by Representative Kelly, the 16th, and others to be titled an act to amend Code Section 2726 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to trout license, Georgia waterfowl, and migratory bird stamp and big game licenses. This bill having referred to the Committee on Game, Fish, and Parks. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Kelly to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the House. I know a lot of us in here, both personally and with our constituents, enjoy spending time in our outdoors. And one of our, Georgia's most famous outdoor activities is turkey hunting. And the measure before you is aimed at helping to make sure that generations to come have ample turkey hunting opportunities. And I'm proud that this is a measure that was brought to me by some of my constituents back in Polk County, Colton Bozeman, Brady Garrett, and Dave Owens, who is a two-time national turkey calling champion. They're passionate about this sport, and they wanted to make sure that we preserve it for future generations. And so what this legislation does is two things. One, it creates a separate turkey permit from our big game permit. This will more effectively allow the Department of Natural Resources to calculate how many people are hunting turkeys in Georgia. There will be no charge to our in-state residents. There will be a $100 fee for out-of-state residents. And then it will also create a voluntary turkey stamp where the funds will go to preserve the turkey populations and their environment. Again, that will be voluntary and something that the DNR will develop every year. So, Madam Speaker, I'll be glad to yield for any questions.
The gentleman has questions. The chair recognizes Chairman Rhodes for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly I will.
I just wanted to find out how good you are at this turkey calling. I want to hear a spit drum and a gobble.
Well, it's so good and so realistic, I'm worried that if I did it, you'd knock me down right here.
Chair recognizes Representative Rice for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you yield the well?
Not the well, but I'll yield for a question if you'd like to. Maybe I should. Maybe I should.
Well, maybe you can answer this question. On this turkey stamps, are these forever stamps?
Actually, thank you for the question. I know we were just having an in-depth conversation and education opportunity about turkeys in our state. And this is a stamp that will be designed annually by our Department of Natural Resources that people can purchase voluntarily that will help raise money for our turkey preservation.
Chair recognizes Representative Cannon for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you yield?
Certainly.
Awesome. So here in Atlanta, we don't really have much of this. Help me understand. So it says line 35, starting next year, anyone 16 or older to hunt turkey in this state has to have a permit. What happens if they don't have that permit?
So they already today have to have a permit, but the permit is included in the big game license, which includes deer and others, but there's fines and penalties if you don't have that today. This is just separating the turkey permit from the big game permit so that we can more accurately track the individual turkey hunters.
Okay, how much is that fine?
I don't know off the top of my head right now, but we're not changing the fine with this bill. And for any of my friends in Atlanta that want to get out and hunt some turkeys, we'll be glad to take you out in rural Georgia. I'll be glad to take a few more questions, Madam Speaker.
How many more?
I'll take one more.
All right. Chair recognizes Representative Gamble for a last question.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I certainly will.
There seems to be great debate over the author of this bill and how many turkeys you may have killed versus how many turkeys you may have bought at Publix.
Well, I'll tell you that this is a complete, not self-serving bill. I've never killed a turkey. I like to hunt birds, as I showed you a few weekends ago. But I've never killed a turkey. This is something completely driven by my constituents, so I appreciate that question. With that, Madam Speaker, I'll yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 166, the nays were 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 443?
House Bill 443 by Representative Petrie of the 166 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 27-223 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to license, permit, tag, and stamp fees so as to provide for fees for reef and migratory fish endorsements. This bill having referred to the Committee on Game, Fish, and Parks. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Petrie is recognized to present the bill. Representative Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is very similar to that which was just presented by Representative Kelly. Mr. Speaker, this bill, House Bill 443, has been is sought after by my offshore fishermen. So this is another coastal bill, and in this bill, what we do is create a new fish endorsement, a license, if you will, for reef fish, a migratory fish endorsement, and we have a $10 fee for residents and $20 for non-residents. So our fishermen are asking for this, and let me make sure I explain why. So right now, everything offshore, which is 3 miles off the coast, for those of you that are not coastal, everything 3 miles offshore is regulated by the feds, and they are controlling our fishery. They don't do a very good job of that, and they use a lot of data that, by their own definition, lacks statistical rigor, is the word they use. And so most of the Gulf states and Florida as well have taken those waters under their own management as well. This bill will allow us the revenue to survey our own, to do our own surveys on our populations of fish over 3 miles out so that we can take that fishery under management by Georgia DNR. That is very simply what this bill does, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
Gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 443, the yeas are 165, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 426?
House Bill 426 by Representative New of the 40th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 and Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to magistrate courts so as to provide for nonpartisan elections of magistrates. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Kimberly New is recognized to present the bill. Representative New.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about House Bill 426. This bill proposes nonpartisan elections for all magistrate judges. It places magistrate under the same code section that provides for how and when nonpartisan elections are held. As we heard during the State of Judiciary address on our House floor, we were told that judges should be running nonpartisan, that the way we maintain the public's confidence in an independent judiciary is to be nonpartisan. A judge's duty is to be impartially following the Constitution and the law, and there is no room for partisan politics on the bench. Requiring some judges to run in partisan elections makes it difficult for them to comply with the Code of Judicial Conduct and maintain impartiality and the appearance of impartiality. The Judicial Council and the Council of Magistrate Court Judges support this legislation. That's the bill, sir. I'll answer any questions.
Lady has a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Representing Park Cannon, right out in front of you to your left. Representing Park Cannon is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
I do.
Just curious, what's the backstory on this bill? Seems like this is a little more specific and we could be a little more honest.
All right, so when...
Transparent, excuse me.
So when Chief Justice Boggs was here and he gave his judiciary address, the state of address, I called and I said, hey, who's carrying that for you? Because I wanted a bill. I wanted to get a good bill this year. And he says, well, Representative New, I think that's you. And I said, no, sir, I just want to be part of the process. And so he said, you know what, I think that you would be a great fit for this bill, and I would love for you to be a part of the process by doing it. And I said, yes, sir, I will take up the mantle. There have been lots of people that have taken up the mantle before me, and they have supported me, and they also prodded me along and asked me if I would do it, and I'm like, absolutely, let's do this. So thank you for the question.
I'm glad the lady is transparent, and the member appreciates that as well. Representative Alexander is recognized for a question to your left.
Does the gentlewoman you?
I do to my friend.
Okay. Does your county have nonpartisan judges for their probate and their magistrate judges?
So Douglas County does not have partisan. I mean, it is partisan, yes.
I will be voting no on this bill. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question.
Representative Sanchez is recognized for a question to your right.
Yes.
Thank you. Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Does this bill move these elections from November to May, from the November election to the May primary?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Does this bill move these judges' elections from the November election to the May primary?
They're already on the May primary. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lady has
Thank you for the question.
Mr. Leader, you have a question? Leader F. Stration is recognized for a question.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will.
Ma'am, is it not true that the judicial canons actually require judges to act in a nonpartisan way, and requiring judges to campaign as partisan officials conflicts with the judicial canons that we have for those officers once elected?
The gentleman knows of what he speaks.
And ma'am, is it not, will you yield for one more question?
I will.
Are you aware of the legislative history where we've engaged here in this chamber on a bipartisan basis? There's been a call in the past for judicial officers like these to be made nonpartisan on a statewide basis so that it's not necessary to have local legislation in that regard.
The gentleman knows of what he speaks, yes.
Thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you for the question. If there are no more questions, I'll yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 426, the yeas are 111, the nays are 59. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 575?
House Bill 575 by Representative McCollum of the 30th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 32 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to highways, bridges, and ferries, so as to authorize notice of certain public hearings by the Department of Transportation by electronic publication. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Transportation. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative McCollum is recognized to present the bill. Representative McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. This is a department bill. This gives the department more leeway on the two publishing days for public hearings due to some local papers being published weekly. Also, it gives the department the ability to negotiate with condominium associations for common areas. It codifies GDOT trip programs to pay for bonuses to get tractor trailers off our interstates faster and get traffic moving. Also, this bill gives the department a head start on getting the utilities moved before widening starts on projects. That's pretty much the bill in a nutshell. I'll stand for questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
I yield the well.
He's yielded the well.
Please vote yes.
Absolutely. I like the appeal. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 575, the yeas are 165, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 297?
House Bill 297 by Representative Anderson of the 10th to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 41(1) of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to definitions relative to motor vehicles and traffic so as to revise the definition of multi-purpose off-highway vehicle. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Anderson, I'm looking forward to you explaining this bill. The gentleman is recognized to explain House Bill 297.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this is a bill that we heard last year. We passed out of this chamber last year. It got to the Senate and it was held up in Senate rules. But what this is, a couple of years back, we passed the bill that allowed voluntary registration of side-by-sides, multi-purpose off-highway vehicles, and a tagging of those to drive on county roads. In the implementation of this bill, following through with the Department of Revenue, we determined that they were not charging ad valorem tax for personal use on these vehicles, but they were doing so through a bulletin. So what we're doing is codifying that at the recommendation of the department to make sure that it's in code that these vehicles are exempt from ad valorem tax. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will take any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 297, the yeas are 168, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 516, 516?
House Bill 516 by Representative New, the 40th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 50:14:1 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating meetings open to the public, limitation on action to contest agency action, recording, notice of time and place. This bill having referred to the Committee on State Properties and Community Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Kimberly New is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about House Bill 516. This bill allows county and regional library boards and community service boards to conduct meetings through teleconferencing. Currently, state law allows for statewide agencies to meet remotely. However, public library boards and community service boards are not included in this provision. These boards are experiencing increased difficulty in recruiting trustees and maintaining quorums for their meetings due to the work obligations, travel distance, and conflicting family and community demands of the members. While there is a great value in in-person meetings, it would be extremely helpful if virtual participation could be an option for these unpaid, busy volunteers who provide meaningful governance and support for our libraries and community service boards. The county and regional library system of Georgia, as well as the CSB Association, support this bill. Thank you. I'll answer any questions at this time.
Representative Park Cannon to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
I will.
What would you say to those who say that right now in this political climate there might be more of an interest in what books are in which libraries and who can tune in and possibly have impact on that? How would this bill impact those meetings?
So to be able to have meetings, they've got to have a quorum. And right now they can't call in. And so if they travel, especially on library boards, some of those trustees have to travel over 7 counties because they're on district regional boards and they cannot have a quorum, so they cannot do the business of Georgia or make any decisions for any of our library systems or our community service boards. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Do you further yield?
I will.
Okay, so there's nothing in this bill you feel that would impact the types of books that are in libraries and the impact that people could have on those books on those shelves?
Well, this impacts, what this bill does is impacts the people that serve on those boards. And so they do, in fact, impact those books. But thank you.
Representative Lynn Smith, up the center aisle on your right, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, gentlelady. Yield.
I will.
Although these meetings will be teleconferenced, is it not true that the public also has an avenue of comment?
The gentlelady knows of what she speaks.
Lady has no further questions.
Thank you. I yield the well.
Ladies yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 516, the yeas are 164, the nays are 5. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption of House Bill 449, 449?
House Bill 449 by Representative Rhodes, the 124th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Title 46 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to public utilities and public transportation so as to subject certain companies providing water services in this state to regulation by the Public Service Commission. This bill having referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
I like your peanut pen there, Chairman Rhodes. Chairman Rhodes is recognized to present House Bill 449.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I have before you House Bill 449. This bill is a result of a study committee that we've had, and a lot of work has gone into that, and I want to thank the Speaker for letting us do that. Basically, this bill is about private water companies. This is not city or municipal water companies. This is privately owned water companies that many of our constituents are having to deal with these days. And let me just say, private water companies have their place, but what this bill does is it helps make sure that our citizens don't get taken advantage of from runaway freight train of high rates and high fees. And that's what this bill does, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to mention we're one of 5 states that do not regulate private water companies, and I want us to trim that list down. So if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
The gentleman has one question. Representative Parsons to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Just a really quick question. I'm looking at lines 35, which kind of proceeds to tell about how much the raise can be, 15% over the lowest rate over the last 3 years, I think it is. Then it goes on and says that the PSC has authority over that. But then on line, let's see here, 39, this is what I want to clarify. As far as the PSC actually having that hearing, it says the commission, upon its election to enter into a hearing. Does that mean that they will automatically have the hearing, or they have to kind of get together and decide whether to have a hearing on that raise?
I can't exactly hear you from the noise in here, but basically what that means is if their hearing is justified, then they will not have another hearing for another 3 years.
If you just one more, but the initial after the initial raise though, does the PSC have a hearing at that time, or do they decide whether to have a hearing or not?
If they raise their rates 15% or more over a 3-year span, then they will have a hearing in front of the PSC.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman has no further questions.
I yield the way and ask you to vote green.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 449, the yeas are 170, the nay is 1. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 340?
House Bill 340 by Representative Hilton of the 48th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating elementary and secondary education so as to enact the Distraction-Free Education Act. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Hilton is recognized to present the bill, House Bill 340. Chairman Hilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hold on, I got to text my wife back real quick. I'm not going to be home for, just kidding. House Bill 340 is the Distraction-Free Education Act. This bill establishes that schools, beginning with the 2026-2027 school year, grades K through 8 shall go cell phone free, bell to bell, no cell, meaning beginning of the school day to the end of the school day. Exempt our kids who are either on an IEP, 504, or other medical program. We also have there in policy, we say K through 8, but beyond that, it's up to the locals to design a program that works best for them. We also give them maximum flexibility. I'll tell you just in closing here, Grant Rivera, school superintendent for Marietta Schools, came to committee and said, Scott, this policy in our schools has literally transformed our schools, taking out the cell phones. My lunchroom was quiet before. Now kids are talking, they're socializing. It is truly transformational. It's time. I just want to thank all of the organizations, the teacher groups, the superintendents, but most importantly, the parents that reached out to me who have said, thank you, Scott. It's time we get back to the teachers teaching and the kids learning. Let's get the cell phones out of the classrooms. And Mr. Speaker, I yield for questions.
You have a couple. In fact, you have several. Representative Berry, to your left, is recognized for a question. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to use a scenario from my own classroom, if that's okay with you. My classroom, I have about 23 students, but I have 15 working computers. Is there a carve-out for our lessons that might need a cell phone in that particular day because we don't have enough working computers in the classroom?
Great question. So this bill applies to personal devices, right? So there's nothing to stop the locals from. They have their own, your laptop. You can learn on that. But yes, it does apply. So you're no longer to be able to use this to learn. And that's part of really a nationwide policy that we're seeing of best practices in the classroom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you to all those who are texting me right now while I'm up here.
Representative Barnes, to your left, is recognized for a question. Representative Mamadi Barnes.
Thank you. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand your reasoning behind this, and I appreciate it. My question is, my son texted me last week while we were sitting in here, Mom, we're in a level 3 lockdown. What do we do in those type of situations? It's terrified me. And he sent the information firsthand, quickly, from his phone. I don't want him on his phone while he's in class, but what are your suggestions in those situations?
That is a fantastic question. I'll tell you, as a dad of 3 kids, school safety is on the forefront of my mind every single day when I drop them off at school. We have talked to safety experts across the nation, across Georgia. All of them agree on one thing, is that in the case of an emergency, the last thing we want is a child to have a phone in their hand. They want the undivided attention of that student on the teacher, getting directions as to where to go, and then immediately after the situation is resolved, absolutely get the phone back, get communication again. And the bill does provide an outline for policies that the schools ought to have once a situation is resolved. But yeah, safety experts agree in that situation, but also in regards to think about bullying that takes place. We had teachers that said, kids are organizing fights. Hey, third period, let's go fight. Schools that have gotten rid of cell, they've seen gang activities, fighting, all of that sort of violence within schools come down. This is truly a public safety bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I know we're late in the day, so I'm going to go ahead and yield the well, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Chairman Irwin had a question, but he says it came out of his committee, I think, didn't it? That's up to you and him. Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? I'm going to take a couple of parliamentary inquiries. Representative Jasmine Clark is, for what purpose does the lady rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that I completely understand why we would not want cell phones in schools, but I'm actually very concerned about not allowing e-readers and things like that, as this is how a lot of children read their books in 2025.
I can understand the lady's concern. I think she'll get with the author. That may be something that could be addressed if you make that case. Thank you for the question. For what purpose does Representative Townsend rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, this both supports instruction, school safety, and local school systems do have the resource to provide those tools in the classroom through various grants, various projects. Plus, you can also utilize the Peach tax credit to get more instruments or computers for your school that would help with these type projects.
I know the gentleman comes from that world, so I'm sure he knows of what he speaks. For what purposes Representative Mary Frances Williams rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I represent the City of Marietta Schools, and the superintendent that Representative Hilton mentioned was Grant Rivera, who is a wonderful superintendent, but I have had many calls from parents of the Marietta school system who are very concerned about bell-to-bell keeping of phones away. They have children who have to check their blood sugar with their phone. They worry about children missing rides home, and anyway, it's how it's. Is it not true that it's how it's implemented, and the words bell to bell are of great concern to me? And is it not true that parents in the Marietta City Schools are not happy with their superintendent's decision about how to implement it? Thank you, sir.
Sounds like a local decision to me. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 340, the yeas are 143, the nays are 29. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 455? 455.
House Bill 455 by Representative Powell, the 33rd, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 2, Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to bingo, so as to provide for the information to be provided on applications for bingo games. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Alan Powell is recognized to present the bill 455.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen. I bring before you a lot simpler bill than I'd had earlier tonight. This is your bingo bill. In the state of Georgia, there's only two forms of gaming or gambling that's allowed under the state constitution. One of them is a lottery, and we know where that money goes most of the time, and the other is bingo. And bingo is one of those things that they register with the Secretary of State's office. They have to be a not-for-profit, and any proceeds from bingo has to go to a charitable organization. What we're doing in this bill, we're updating it. It hadn't been updated in years. Yes, I need to put my glasses on. We're changing where right now they can only have one location. So if a AMVET or VFW or whatever group is having one of these bingo, if they have a ballroom or they have a dining room or something, they can move it from room to room because they have to register these locations. We're changing it from one to up to 3 bingo sessions a day, and we're raising the dollar amount of gifts and prizes that can be given away from $3,000 to $6,000. Last but not least, old statute where most of these bingo games are run by professional auctioneers and all for these organizations. They were limited to a $30 salary that they could pay them, and they found they can't get them for $30, so we've raised that to $150. I would tell you that they're still restricted to no more than, if it passes, it goes to $3,000 in a calendar week. So if they have these 3 bingo sessions, then it would be limited to $2,000 per session. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what this bill does. And I would ask you to support your churches, fraternal organizations, the Elks, the Moose, the AMVETS, the Legions, and those type of service organizations. Be glad to stand for any questions, but if not, I'd appreciate your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has no questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman has no questions. Are you yielding the well?
Yes, sir.
Or would you like me to ask you a question?
If you would like,
I'd appreciate it if you yielded the well. That's what I was thinking.
I will yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
You do look good in the well, though. You do. I like that coat, by the way. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 455, the yeas are 149, the nays are 15. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 369?
House Bill 369 by Representative Sharber, the 177th, to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 1 of Chapter 8 of Title 40, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to equipment of motor vehicles, so as to provide for the vehicle equipment standard for motor vehicles used for the sale of food or beverages that primarily conduct such sales upon roadways. This bill having referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Well, there's 2 gentlemen from Valdosta right there. Absolutely. He's your supporter, no doubt. Y'all support each other. Representative Sharper is recognized to present House Bill 369. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the House. After the death of Destin A. Carrion, the little kid that was killed after getting this ice cream here in Fulton County, we got a bipartisan effort here to sponsor the bill. We also have a bipartisan effort in the committee to do something to make it's safer for kids to get ice cream, a little bit more signage, and that's basically what the bill does, is just makes it safer and let the drivers be a little bit more cautious when they're going around at the different ice cream stops. Did I use my 3 B's? I was brief, brilliant, and be seated.
And you're looking good too. Is there any questions for the representative? I don't think so.
I yield the well.
He's yielded the well.
And hopefully Thursday they can ask me questions. I'll have another bill hopefully Thursday.
The gentleman's yielded the well. Thank you for the bill. That's what this House is about, solving problems and protecting children. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 369, the yeas are 156, the nays are 14. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 463, 463?
House Bill 463. By the representative from the 146 to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2, Chapter 5 of Title 4080 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to tax exemptions so as to provide for a statewide homestead exemption from ad valorem taxes for certain senior citizens who volunteer with local governments. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Blackman is recognized to present the bill. House Bill 463.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members, bring before you House Bill 463, which unanimously passed this body last year. It would provide the opportunity for our seniors 65 and up to volunteer in exchange for a homestead exemption and tax relief of up to $500 with their city, county, or school property tax. The Council on Aging has endorsed this, and I just wanted to thank all the co-sponsors for this legislation. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions if there are any.
We have a senior that needs to ask you a question. Representative Stevens is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir, to my senior member.
And the gentleman will have gray hair one day like me, I hope so.
It's there already.
Isn't it true that it's more valuable to keep these senior citizens active and the ability for these local governments, school boards, counties, and cities to be able to offer a more valuable property tax exemption than paying these seniors?
I think the gentleman knows of what he speaks. There's several states that have implemented this, and it's been an incredibly popular program. Thank you for the question.
Representative Taylor to your left is recognized for a question. Representative Rhonda Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So I heard you say that it's a $500. Is that per volunteer hour or?
It is. They can earn up to $500 per levying authority off of their property tax, not to exceed their property tax liability.
Okay, but now, and the volunteer work consists of, if I may?
Whatever the city or county or school may deem appropriate.
Okay, thank you for this bill.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The gentleman has no further questions.
As for this body's favorable consideration, I yield the will.
The gentleman has yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, all members voted. Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of the bill, the yea of House Bill 463, the yeas are 171. The nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 584, 584?
House Bill 584 by Representative Petrie, the 166th and others to be entitled an act to amend titles 26, 31, and 37 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to food, drugs, and cosmetics, health, and mental health, respectively, so as to reassign licensing and oversight of drug abuse treatment and education programs. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public and Community Health. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Petrie is recognized to present House Bill 584.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a department bill brought to us by the Department of Community Health and the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. What they're doing here is moving the adult residential mental health programs, community living arrangements, drug abuse treatment programs, and narcotic treatment programs, moving the regulation of those facilities and programs from DCH over to DBH-DD, where they're more appropriately dealing with those matters. That is very simply what this bill does. This has already been contemplated in our big budget. In the governor's budget, he's already moved, shown that these staff related to these this regulation has been moved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any questions, I'm glad to answer.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you.
He's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. For what purpose does Representative Douglas rise? He waves. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 584. The yeas are 171, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 569, 569?
House Bill 569 by Representative Howard of the 71st and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 34 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to employment security so as to revise certain notice provisions relating to benefits and appeals. This bill having referred to the Committee on Industry and Labor. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
We got a first timer. Just want to make sure y'all recognize that. Representative Howard is recognized. Representative Judd Howard is recognized to present House Bill 569. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here to bring you House Bill 569, which is a Department of Labor bill. This will modernize how claimants can receive notifications on decisions from the department. Currently, the department is using the U.S. mail system as the way to notify when they've made a decision on a claim. Under this bill, the claimant can still, it would be their choice, but they can, at the time that they make that claim, decide to opt in, provide an email, and be notified immediately upon when that decision's made. So this is going to be a great bill for the citizens, great for employers, and great for the department. And with that, Speaker, I'll take some questions.
You have a couple. Representative Tyler Paul Smith is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman from the 71st yield?
I will.
If you'll look with me on line 11, could you be a little bit more specific as to what that interested party, who that is?
That's line 511. You said I don't think the members heard you.
Line 11, Your
Oh, line 11, excuse me.
I believe interested party will be referring to the claimant and any other employer that may be interested in the decision as well.
And will the gentleman further yield?
I will.
Well, sometimes across the street they need a little bit more specificity, and so why did you choose interested party over that?
Well, I'm sure if you suggest some improvement, our friends in the Senate will be glad to fix it. They're pretty proud of their ability to do that.
I think you did a good job. Good bill.
Representative Martin, to your right, is recognized for a question. Representative Chuck Martin.
Gentlemen, yield for a question.
I do.
This is your first time down there, so you obviously think this is an important issue for the Georgia. Do you not?
Yes, sir.
Yield further.
I will.
Do you realize it's drawing near to 7 o'clock p.m. on the 27th day?
I do.
And you still say this is important enough for us to do tonight. Is that true?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Then why, on line 67 and 68 of the bill, in section 7 of your bill, I'm sorry, on line 65 and 66 in section 6 of your bill, does it not go into effect till January of 2026?
That's a great question, and the department is going through a process now of getting a new system in place, and so their system will be up and be effective to be able to distribute these notifications out by the first of the year.
Well, given that, isn't it true that most of your friends out here could have gone to dinner and we could have got to this between now and January 2026?
Yes, sir, and between those 4 questions, I will yield the well.
You got the system down there, Representative Howard. You understand how it works. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. No. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted this, so the clerk will have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 569, the yeas are 170, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Okay, members, here's the one you've been looking for. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption? You too. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 563?
House Bill 563 by Representative Bennett of the 94th to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 2, Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to prestige license plates and special plates for certain persons and vehicles, so as to authorize licensed physical therapists to certify an individual as disabled for purposes of obtaining special vehicle decals. This bill having referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles. That committee recommends this bill do pass.
Representative Karen Bennett is recognized to present the bill. Give the lady your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hour is late and the room is cold, so I'll be brief. This is a bipartisan bill that is designed to allow physical therapists, licensed doctors of physical therapists, to be added to a cadre of professionals who can write affidavits for our citizens to receive special use decals that particularly will be known as handicap decals. Any questions?
Lady has no questions.
Thank you. I ask for your favorable vote. I think No, it's not my first one, but it's the first one in a long time. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your favorable vote. Thank you.
The lady is a veteran, and she did an excellent job, and she has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted if so. Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 563, the yeas are 168. The nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. That completes our rules calendar. Good work, members. Thank you for your cooperation. For what purpose does Representative Newton rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that House Bill 515 be recommitted to judiciary.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill number 515 by Representative Newton of the 127th and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1562 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating the number of judges of superior courts.
On the gentleman's motion that House Bill 515 be recommitted to the Judiciary Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. For what purpose does Representative Hilton rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Hilton of the 48th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elections and primaries generally.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Governmental Affairs. For what purpose does Representative Miller rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I would like to move that that the rules be suspended so that a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Miller of the 62nd and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2A, Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Department of Public Health.
On the lady's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Public and Community Health. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Congratulating Bob Rathman upon his induction into the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame, recognizing March 20th, 2025 as Buc-ee's Day at the state capitol, celebrating Buc-ee's and its presence in Georgia, commending the Laotian American community in Georgia and honoring the Aravata flag, recognizing and commending Cones of Alma on its 100th anniversary, commending the 2025 Watermelon Capital Queens, Miss Georgia Commodity Queens, and Miss Georgia Sweet Potato Queens. Commending Harry Janes, Marion County High School's 2025 Star Teacher. Recognizing commending Staff Sergeant Judith L. Cotton. Recognizing commending Staff Sergeant Bridget Renee Smith. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privilege resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Hearing none, the resolutions are adopted. Members, I need your attention just for a few more minutes. We have some afternoon orders that are time sensitive, I believe. So we're going to recognize them, and I'm going to ask the members to stand as I recognize Representative Moore. I don't think Representative Moore is here. I'm going to recognize Representative Park Cannon for an afternoon order. And you can remain standing.
Thank you, members. Earlier today, I want to thank you for standing for that family who lost their 3-month-old to SIDS. I just wanted to bring to your attention that they do have a nonprofit that will provide free access to CPR training kits for each member. These are small devices that you basically lay the baby down on and you can breathe into the baby on. And they have these cards. If you would like any for any members in your district, I have them in my office 607. And I want to thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anissa, I'm sorry, Dr. Jones, and friends will come to the well, and members, you can remain standing, please. Representative Jones and friends.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a picture?
We're working on it right now.
No problem. I'll go ahead and move forward. This is in memory of the great R&B singer, songwriter, and actress Angie Stone. I have had the pleasure of opening up for her as a singer, and she has unfortunately has transitioned on Saturday morning. She was in a car accident. They were in their Sprinter coming from a gig in Alabama. It flipped over 3 times and was also hit by an 18-wheeler. So just to honor her, we're just going to do just a little snippet of one of her most famous songs, and then we're going to have a moment of silence for the great Angie Stone. You ready? No. She says 5, 6. Mm-hmm. Ooh, 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 We're going to go ahead and bow our heads for just a moment of silence for Angie Stone. I yield the will.
Thank you, members. Representative Carter is recognized for expressing condolences. So, members, you will be asked to remain standing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I come to you with another sad note. If you're in Atlanta, probably throughout Georgia, you know Miss Alice Bussey. She passed over the weekend. And Ms. Bussey was like an amazing champion for entrepreneurship, and especially for black businesses. So if anybody knew her, Ms. Bussey was always saying, what we gonna do for the entrepreneurs, what we gonna do for black businesses, and she was always wanting us to do something to ensure that we were doing the right thing. So they will have a viewing for her on Friday at her home church at Poplar Springs Baptist Church from 4 to 8. And her service will be Saturday at 11 at Greater Piney Grove Baptist Church. And if you would join me in a moment of silence for Ms. Bussey. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you, members. One more condolences. Chairman Noel Williams speak to us about our great agriculturalist in our state that has died.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like to honor a great man from Cordell, Georgia. You can see him up here. His name was Buddy Legier. He was very instrumental in the watermelon and pecan industry. He was nominated. He had a ton of awards throughout his 93 years on this earth. He went home to be with his Lord on Friday. One of his most significant things he did was he was in the transition team between the Reagan and Bush years in agriculture for the state of Georgia. Like I said, he was in College Hall of Fame from the University of Georgia College of Ag in 2012. And he leaves behind a wife, Marjorie, and 3 children. Just a great man and a great American. And I think these two might want to say something as well.
Well, I've known Buddy my whole career, and when we were in meetings, when Buddy spoke, everyone listened. I don't know of a person who had more credibility and more honesty and could analyze a position better than Buddy Legier, and he had a great impression on me.
Mr. Buddy was one of the first people that I met after I graduated from college and entered a career in politics. And one thing about Mr. Buddy, what Chairman Dickey just said is absolutely correct. When he spoke, everyone listened. And when you've been in the industry for more than 75 years in agriculture, you've taught some of the younger generation something. And that was what Mr. Buddy, in my opinion, spent his career doing. And those of us that are still involved in agriculture stand on the shoulders of those giants. And he indeed was a giant in the agricultural community when it came to watermelons. He knew more about it than anybody else, as well as pecans. But Mr. Buddy was near and dear to my heart. He actually called me back in December randomly one afternoon, and we talked almost an hour. But he was just one of those guys, and from the look on that face, you pretty much know you always knew where you stood with Mr. Buddy. There was no doubt. But Mr. Buddy was laid to rest today, and as Representative Williams said, he leaves behind a wife, Margie, and several daughters and son, Greg, which is still running the business today. So if we will, just take a moment of silence and remembrance of Mr. Buddy Legier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll yield the will.
Thank you. Great remembrance. Members, y'all may be seated. Mr. Buddy was a fine man and a great leader. Representative Bazemore. She waves. Whip Burchett, I think you have a report for us on, that one. You too young to be forgetting. And the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just giving you a quick update. Angela Holland from in the Annie room, her husband was admitted to the hospital with pneumonia. So just wanted to give everybody that information, and they're asking for your prayers. And she said that he held out as long as he could and then was admitted. So you guys keep her in your prayers tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's always serious when you have those upper respiratory things. So Angela does a great job for this house. We appreciate her. Representative Bazemore is recognized for her order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just a reminder of the dinner that is taking place right now at the Freight Depot with the Turkish community. They are looking forward to us stopping by and fellowshipping, so please do.
Thank you, and express our regrets that we ran a little late today, please. All right, that concludes our afternoon orders. Now we'll have some announcements. Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Rural Caucus will be meeting tomorrow at 12 o'clock at the Ag Building. Lunch will be served. Thank you.
Chairman Chokus, Representative Scott's on deck, and then Chairman Jaspers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Small Business Development Committee will be meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. in 406. We got a bill, House Bill 704. 2 p.m. tomorrow, 406 CLOB. Thank you.
Representative Scott, Representative Sandra Scott's recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To all the ladies, please check your email. You have an email from Women in Government. Today is the last day for free to get your conference free.
Okay, and then their conference will be in June. And the National Foundation of Women Legislators, our conference will be in July 16th through the 18th, and it's free. So make sure you go out on our website and register for the National Foundation of Women Legislators Conference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Chairman Jasper is recognized for now. Chairman Anderson, and then Martin. Chairman Jasper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Transportation will meet in 5:06 upon adjournment. We have the road naming bill and Chairman Silcox's bill. We need your attention.
Chairman Anderson, recognized for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Governmental Affairs will meet in CLOB 406 upon adjournment. We'll make it quick.
Tonight? All right. That's a hard-working man right there. Chairman Martin's recognized for an announcement.
Mr. Speaker, House Higher Ed will meet in CLOB 606. We have shortened the agenda a bit, but we have two items, House Bill 686, HR 450. These are Chairman Wiedauer's and involve constitutional amendment on sports betting. We need you over there in 606 immediately on adjournment. I yield.
Chairman Parsons recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Speaker. Tomorrow is a committee day. Energy, Utility, and Communications will meet at 11 o'clock in the morning and 403 here in the Capitol. Tomorrow is a committee day. Want to see you there. Thank you.
Chairman Cooper recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public and Community Health will meet tomorrow, not tonight. We will meet at 12 and room 403 here in the Capitol. 403 tomorrow. Thank you very much. See you then.
That concludes our, oh no, one more. Are you meeting tonight? Chairman Parrish, supplemental calendar, we could break for a little while and come back. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to be having a Rules Committee meeting in room 341 at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I'm disappointed. I got a feeling you're going to be by yourself if you've done it tonight, but anyway. Hey, that concludes our announcements. Two birthdays today. We celebrated one a little bit earlier this morning, and that was with Representative Debbie Buckner. But let me tell you, a dear member of this House has a birthday today, and that's Representative Terry Cummings. Happy birthday, Terry. Majority Leader of this House is recognized for a motion.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, March 6th, 2025.
On the motion of the Majority Leader, this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday, March the 6th, 2025. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Hey, the ayes clearly had it then. This House stands adjourned. Members, thank you for your attention today and your hard work. We appreciate it. We got a lot done. Thank you so much.